Good morning and welcome to Black Britain and Beyond, a symposium on being and belonging. During Black History Month in October 2019, myself and two of my friends and colleagues came together to discuss the issues of convening Black Britain to engage in the significance of culture, heritage, and identity. This led to the creation of Black Britain and Beyond. We're hoping today that we can delve into the issues that have sparked a global consciousness around the layers of issues of systemic and institutional racism, and that on today, we can explore the underexplored complex history of what it means to be Black and British. The symposium ultimately is to celebrate the unique and influential cultures of the Black British community and explore what holds in the future for Black British voices and identities. The symposium aims to develop a platform to bring together Black Britons from all ages and experiences to engage in the critical and significant identity questions around heritage and culture. It is our mission to take stock in Black Britain's achievements and challenges, and ultimately devise a plan to facilitate its future developments and progress, thereby creating forums that initiate and facilitate relevant conversations across Black communities locally, regionally, nationally, and internationally. So that is why we're here today. We are here to do this with thoughtfulness, with leadership, with amazing voices that come from every walk of life. I am grateful that UCL Culture has come aboard as the administrative partner that has helped to develop this entire symposium with the collection around research, the intellectual, cultural, and public engagement infrastructure that we have that lies ahead of us. Our other partners include Newcastle University, the Afro-Caribbean Society UK-wide, the Amos Bursary, the Arte Network, Black Brit Academics, the Black Cultural Archives, Dope Black Dads, Inspiring Tomorrow's Leaders, Chemistry Global, the Knowledge Quarter, and our media partner, The Voice, along with our communications partner, For Communications. This day would not be possible without the financial and in-kind support that has come from Coca-Cola, Viacom, the Social Justice Institute, and JP Morgan. So welcome. I hope that you will enjoy this amazing day with us. I hope that you can stay on as long as possible, understanding that it's a full day, but we are excited that you are with us to engage in this deep and meaningful conversation around what it means to be Black and British. On today, we have two amazing people who will join us to kick us off for today. And I am very excited to invite on the screen now, Takwa, I call her Tak, which she's most affectionately known as. She is currently a student at the University of Reading, studying in the Bachelor of Science for Quantitative Surveying. She has interest in arts, Afrobeat dancing, makeup, musical theater, singing, interior decoration, and design. Will you help me welcome Tak?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm really privileged and honored to be speaking to you all this morning. So, when I was asked to speak, started writing some ideas down and everything, and I started just thinking about how, oftentimes when we are speaking in certain places, that sometimes our thoughts can be governed by what we think people want to hear from us or what people expect from us. But today, when I was writing my thoughts, I kind of felt like for the first time, I have a safe space and the freedom to express like my truth without needing to like edit my thoughts. So for the most part of my life, being Black and British was something that I never really thought could coexist like together. But it's now like growing up and realizing that it's not really something that I have to figure out, but it's rather like who I am. And as a young Black British woman, being put into a box and being misunderstood meant having to often manage my culture, my facial expressions, the way that I walk and the way that I talk, based on my peers' comfortability. And this like came in various forms, like such as like sometimes being worried about how I come across to people. So say if there's something that I was passionate about, I was worried that like I can't be too passionate about it, just in case I come off like as aggressive or maybe dominating. And even just interacting with my friends at school, sometimes worrying about the way we speak, maybe if we use slang or like some sort of like informal language, worried about the looks that people would give us or how teachers will perceive us. And even just the small things, just worrying about, oh, if I'm going to wear an African print dress to school, people are going to look at us or say things or make comments. And I do believe that from when I was young till now, I feel like a lot has changed. And I feel like um, it's we've been given a platform to be Black, British, and proud. However, I still feel like there is like a lack of opportunity and resource for us as young Black people. So that's why I'm here speaking to you guys today as part of the solution and in a space where we can all be Black and British, and those two words can coexist, where we can be proud, honoured, and to walk in excellence and power. I'm here to encourage every Black British youth that you have the permission to dream, to think and feel based on who you are and not what people think of you. To dream, have goals, and execute plans that are not confined and controlled by your past experiences, the colour or the complexion of your skin. To rise and excel beyond your circumstances and situation, because we all belong, we are Black and British, and we are going beyond. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Tak. Really appreciate those words of inspiration and empowering us. As I said as we began, there were three of us who came together to develop Black Britain and Beyond initially: Andy Mundy Castle and Cheryl Nasu. Cheryl is a trial advocate who is routinely instructed in the broad spectrum of serious criminal cases. As a lawyer, Cheryl is known to provide instructive and decisive advice on all legal matters to her professional clients. Her wide interest in various other areas of law and development, it causes her to be called upon for her opinion or direction outside of matters related to criminal law and practice. Her legal acumen and ability to interpret and advise on law and legal concepts means she is often called upon for opinions throughout the various sectors. Her reading and research in one such area has led to advice to business and individuals in areas of entertainment on social media use, individuals and businesses on online presence, and most recently, privacy in this new digital age. As a public speaker, she has given talks on these areas, as well as a host of interconnected legal and non-legal social issues arising from them. It is my pleasure to welcome on the screen Cheryl.
Hello, I hope everyone can see me. I'm actually on the move at the moment, but and for a number of reasons nearly didn't make it here. But I am here because I wanted to lend my voice to this inaugural occasion, the first ever symposium of Black Britain and Beyond. What does it mean to be Black British? For me, I've often not thought about it because with Nigerian parentage, that was often the thing that was uppermost in my mind, that I am an African, that I am not really even to be described as Black. That was a title given, but I prefer to go by African. But as we move forward in time, there comes perhaps a moment when one does have to pull together and realize we are here, and so we do belong, And so what's next for us here? Well, what's next for us here within this symposium, as you will know, is a stellar lineup of speakers brought together, as Keith had just said, from an idea, a seed of an idea, which came to us, in fact, probably this time last year, but I'm sure had been percolating in all our minds before that time. And the idea was that we as Black people should come together and discuss where we are, and tactically and openly and freely discuss what should be our next moves for progress. And that's what we invite you all to do in this show, to learn, to listen, to engage, and to carry on the conversations which may well be started here to the future and beyond. And so that we as a group of people, not a homogenous group of people, but a inevitably linked group of people, will understand our place, understand our past, but more so, I guess, move forward to a stronger future. And so that's what I would say to open the show. I hope everybody has a wonderful experience here, first of its kind, but certainly not to be the last. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. I know you're on the move, and we are grateful that you are with us today and for your words of inspiration and encouragement to move us forward with what lies ahead today. I'd like to introduce now one of our advisors who has come on to fully support the work and the mission of Black Britain and Beyond, Chi Anwar, who is a British Labour Party politician who has served as a member of parliament from Newcastle upon Tyne Centre since the 2010 general election. Please hear from Chi at this moment.
Hi, I'm Chi Anwar, the MP for Newcastle upon Tyne Central, and I'm really sorry I can't be with you today as part of the Black Britain Beyond Symposium, which is, I'm very grateful to Keith and to Newcastle University for helping create this event. I think it is really, really important and necessary. And growing up as I did on a council estate in Newcastle in the 70s, the only black kids on the council estate, with a one-parent family, mum of Irish heritage, born on Tyneside, and a father Nigerian who was fighting in a civil war in Biafra. I think I'd say that in terms of identity, the one thing I was really sure about in terms of where I was from was that I was a Geordie and from Newcastle. I've been born on Tyneside. And whilst obviously, identity, as I grow older, the complexities, if you like, of identity, and the politicization and the politics of identity was something that I spent a lot of time, thinking about and talking about and discussing. I think also, as a black, northern, working class, British, Irish, African heritage girl, that was quite a lot of identity to think about. And I was in that, in knowing that it was unlikely to find myself part of a community of people with the same heritage. I think it led to a kind of valuing diversity and an understanding that I have multiple identities, which is not something to seek to escape or to run away for, but indeed to be proud of. And I was always proud of my Irish heritage, my Nigerian heritage, and of course my northern heritage, as well as being a proud feminist and very active in the struggle for civil rights and anti-racist. And I think in terms of what I think we're far from having equality, or far from the eradication of racism. But in terms of a Black British identity, that I think recognizing the diversity of the Black British experience is important, and the shared diversity of that experience, but as well the shared common experiences and the shared causes and the shared objectives, in part of which is the eradication of racism, but also the normalization of Black Britishness. And of course that's something that Black History Month in particular contributes to, and what I hope that the symposium will be contributing to. And I look forward. I know this is the first of an annual event, and I look forward to joining you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chi, and we're regretful that you were not able to join us, but certainly lending your voice to today is greatly appreciated. I am delighted that I now have the opportunity to introduce our keynote speaker for today's symposium. Robin Travis, in 2012, burst on the scenes, writing and publishing Prisoner to the Streets, a memoir that explored the reality of London's post-Cold Wars and exploded the myths around it. It was his foundation solution book for dealing with youth violence on our streets. In 2016, Robin released Mama Can't Raise No Boy, an eye-opening exploration of different definitions of masculinity in today's society, told from a Black male's perspective. It cleverly and intelligently looks at how personal circumstances and changing social norms can collude to impose a situation of a boy not having the influence of a father in his life. Robin is a passionate speaker and advocate for young people, and regularly uses his own life experiences to try and teach, educate, and inspire a younger generation. His current book, Freedom from the Streets, was published in September 2019. I can assure you that Robin will come in his authentic voice to share with us in a way that inspires us with a meaning, definition, and understanding of Black Britain and beyond, being and belonging. As Robin concludes his talk, he will be joined by Diane Louise Jordan, who came to prominence in the 1990s when she joined the legendary Blue Peter. Since then, she has been a familiar face and voice on screen and the airways, notably with Songs of Praise and Radio 2's The Sunday Hour. Perhaps less known is Diane's dedication to supporting families through her advocacy and mentoring work. In 2008, she helped former death row convicted Kenny Ritchie to adjust to life and reacquaint himself with family after spending years in solitary confinement. Diane is currently an ambassador for Family Futures, the pioneering adoption and therapeutic agency. She's also been a trustee for BBC Children in Need and the Princess Trust. I am delighted to count her as a friend and one of my closest family members here in the UK. So after we've heard from Robin, Diane will join him in a Q&A. Please welcome Robin.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Today, people, we're going to discuss something that I'm hoping will change the way that you look at young people, not only in this country, but young people all around the world in terms of youth crime. My argument from writing a book called Prison to the Streets is that we're exactly what I'm saying the title of the book is, Prison to the Streets. I've had a hard time coming to terms with believing that young people are criminals. And when I went to university, I studied youth justice and criminology, left with a degree. And the only thing I learned in that 3 years was that there's no justice in judging youth as criminals. Um, Off the back of that, and during that, I wrote a dissertation called Prison to the Streets. And then later developed it into a book. The concept, the philosophy was an argument that I suppose people didn't fully digest. And I'm going to try and break it down today, as I always do. Um, First of all, why Robin Travis? Why am I the person who's credible to talk to you about this subject? And there's multiple reasons why I feel I was chosen. One being my bravery, which courage to do to go against the grain, um, to do things that people wouldn't intentionally like to do when you're dealing with a sensitive subject of the streets. I want to make it clear before I start, I am not an ex-gang member who's coming back to talk about the streets. I am not somebody who has, how do you like it? I don't consider myself as a role model, but many people might think differently. But I believe that I'm a person who's identified something that can, if taken serious, we can do a lot to make the changes. So, prisoner to the street. Let me break it down straight away. I'm hoping that whoever's listening today who has misconceptions about young people on the street leave today with a paradigm shift. And I'm hoping by the end of the session, at the end of this keynote, that anyone who sees young people as gang members or dealing with knife crime or criminals, that whole narrative gets shifted. And my job is to get the whole world to see them as prisoners to the streets. Um, I'll go and break it down now. When I was younger, I'm going to use some of my own experiences to explain this, which is I find very hard because it's connected to my own life type of thing. So when you go back, you relive the traumas, you reopen wounds that you've shut, issues that you've dealt with. And on this journey, I found it very, I don't know what the word is, extremely um, hard. Even now, as I'm trying to talk to find the words, I could talk on any subject, but to have to talk about your own life and things you've done, that my speech gets slurred. Um, and to explain the philosophy behind it as well, my speech gets slurred. So just be patient and please have an open mind to what I'm about to say. So, prisons to the streets. Before the age of 16, I think a lot of young children, in fact, I don't believe there's no such thing as criminals before the age of 16. Um, I believe that young people have learned behaviors from probably before the age of 5. And in my line of work, I go around to prisons, I go around to schools, I do talks. I don't get into as much as I would like, half as much as I would like, but I do a workshop called Prison to the Street Workshop, and I explain what I'm about to explain now. I ask every person in the session whether they see themselves as gang members or prisoners to the streets. Initially, in the beginning, everybody says they're a gang member. By the end of the session, 95% of people at least saying they're prisoners to the streets. So I'm hoping that we can do that today. Um, what is a prisoner to the street? It's someone who's trapped in an environment. And when I say environment, I don't just mean a physical environment. When you go to prison, well, hopefully you don't, but people who are in prison or anyone who has been to prison, I'm sure they could tell you that there is unspoken rules, unspoken do's and don'ts. And all of those rules that are kind of made up have got nothing to do with the governors or the prison wardens or any of the system. It's rules that we made up ourselves. Um, And a lot of those rules in prison is based around a certain way of thinking. So you can't go to prison and be soft, if you like. You can't go to prison and, I don't know, be timid, have a timid mentality, or walk around on eggshells. If you was in an environment like prison, for those of you who've been there or who haven't been there, you know that you have to survive. Surviving in prison has no morals. There's no, it's not connected to you do right to survive. You do whatever you have to do to survive. Um, I'm sure many people watch Prison Break and many other shows. There's a lot of backstabbing in those shows. People do whatever it takes to not only come out of prison, but to not get funded with a whole bunch of things, depending on what country prison you're in. So for me, what I'm trying to explain of this prison concept is that we are prisoners to the streets. Um, what I'm saying here is that we have a mindset of prisoners and we've taken it onto the street. So basically, we've lost our moral compass and we've lost the ability to challenge something violent or negative in our community. Why have we lost that ability? Because we are scared to challenge the people who are doing the stuff that they are doing. We are scared to tell people that they are wrong. So if somebody in prison murders somebody, you're not going to get someone in the wing to say you was wrong for killing him or why did you do that. Um, Nobody really wants to address the evil guy. It's like everybody's afraid of the evil guy. Um, in fact, evil gets commended when you have that prisoner's mindset. So any evil action, stabbing would get something that people would praise you for. Selling drugs, people would praise you for it. Shooting somebody, rushing somebody, anything of a violent nature, these are things that you would get praised for. And that's hence why I call it a prison mindset, because in prison, we only respect badness. We only respect the guy who's got an M, which means basically somebody who's killed somebody, who's got a murder charge. Um, and it's funny about the streets because you more respect the person who's done a murder than they would the pervert, the pedophile. For me, there's not much of a difference. Crime is a crime. It's funny how in prison they've got morals to always want to beat up the pedophile because the pedophile messes up the community, right? Everybody forgets that shooting messes up the community, stabbing messes up the community, and selling drugs in your community is going to mess up the community as well. So the concept is basic. We have prisoners' mentality. We only respect evil and we're scared to challenge it. The system, many people believe for young black men and working working class, all different backgrounds, white, Asian, whatever background you are. Being black just gives you that little bit more drama. Um, and it's because the stereotypes that are about us, being violent, being gang members, being all these different types of things. And even myself as a black man, I have some of these stereotypes about myself sometimes, because self-fulfilling prophecy, when you keep being perceived as a criminal or being perceived a certain way, you actually buy into that. And I bought into that at a young age and believed that was exactly what those stereotypes said about us. So fundamentally, what I'm really trying to explain is that before the age of 16, as I said, we're not criminals and we're being criminalized. And I think it's very dangerous if we're trying to make a difference to our community to be labeling our young people gang members, um, or criminals. Because anything you do before the age of 16 isn't really criminal minded, it's peer pressure minded, if not infant minded, if not no minded. There was no mind in it. But a lot of the times you have to understand the concept of what we learn when we're younger. So every time I do a workshop, break it down, we have the the innocence, the child before the innocence stage, which is part one. Then we have part two, the unconscious and the conscious prisoner, and part three, prisoner up for parole, and part four, post-traumatic street syndrome. Basically, this is the best way that I educate people on what it is that led these young people to becoming violent. I'm not saying they're not violent. I'm not saying we didn't become a certain way, but this is not who we are. So when we were children, a lot of young people was taught a basic rule all across the world, basically. If anybody hits you, you must, and I'm going to put up three fingers. If anybody hits you, you must, because I know there's people watching this who are saying hit them back without me saying it out loud. So when we're young, we was taught violence to resolve violence. I can't talk for many people other than the people in my circle, the guys I grew up with. When we got to year seven, which is secondary school, which I consider big man prison, if you're a young child, you're not thinking about what grades you're going to get when you start year seven. You're thinking about how to not get robbed, depending on what school you go to. You're thinking on how to not get bullied, how to protect your reputation. At the age of 10 and 11, what reputation could you possibly have to be trying to protect by the time you get to year seven? But that's the most of our views. We want to go into school and not be taken for a punk. I speak to my friends and people from the same background I got caught up in. And when I talk to them, they always say the same thing. When we got to year seven, mummy's rules changed. It wasn't if anybody hits me, hit them back. It was strike first because I cannot take the embarrassment. Do you guys see criminals? I see young children trying to navigate themselves through a system, a world which is violent before we even got here. Um, and it's sad that black people are being the face of this argument of crime when we know that our father's generation was running away from National Front. So us as the generation at my time, we've got different struggles, and it was embarrassment, it was fear, it was a whole bunch of things. So you get to year seven. Long story short, your mind changes. Imagine if you are what you call Fresh Prince of Bel Air, so the cool guy, and then you got Carlton, but Carlton's from your estate as well. So if Carlton's from Hackney and I'm Fresh Prince, when we go to school, if Carlton isn't behaving anything like Fresh Prince, he can't hang around with us. Why? Because Carlton might make us vulnerable. Now, I'm trying to explain this in layman's terms the best way that I can because what I'm saying here is this is all at the age of 11. How many criminals do you lot know at the age of 11? How many gangbangers do you lot know at the age of 11? I'm saying these 11-year-olds have conceived in their mind ways to navigate through secondary school. And they would not hang around with the Carlton from their area who they're close with, not because they don't like Carlton, but if they hang around with Carlton in that prison, they become vulnerable to bullying and all types of different stuff. So what I'm saying is I have these conversations with my friends as adults and I always say, why didn't we hang around with this guy or that guy when we was younger? And it makes sense now to me that it wasn't that we just didn't want to, we wanted to look like we could handle ourselves. It was unconscious. We never spoke in it. There was never a conversation about it. There's no gang initiation nonsense. We just decided that we weren't going to be victims within our environment. As you get older, you start doing more wrong. There was times when my friends were fighting, and I know that they were wrong in the beginning of the argument. I would jump in without any conversation, without any finding out, oh, what happens, because we already know at this innocent stage and this unconscious prisoner stage that you defend your friend, right or wrong. But what did our mothers teach us? What's the Caribbean saying? You can't be wrong and strong. We didn't take that with us to secondary school because mum weren't there. Mum couldn't help us navigate ourselves through secondary school, and that's why I wrote "Mama Can't Raise No Man." There's a lot of things that we're not going to share with our mothers as young male children. So, in its basic form, I believe that 0 to 11, you are the innocent child. Anything you do before 10, 11, for me, you can't judge those children. You got to look at each child's background specifically and understand what led them to the behaviors. We have a country and a world that loves making money from crime, that everything's criminal. That's the only way they can profit. If they say it's crime, it's crime. It's not criminal. I got stabbed at 14, and the person who stabbed me, he's not a criminal. He was very scared. Even up to today, I say he was petrified of me because I beat him up. But he's not a criminal. And why is he not a criminal? Because if he doesn't come back and stab me, the whole of his estate's going to see him as the coward, and then he won't be able to walk so freely through his estate. Do you understand what we're facing? So forget what you guys have seen on Top Boy. Forget what you've seen on any of these films that have given you a depiction of the streets. It's all nonsense. And why it's nonsense? Because I've never seen a street guy, and there's many guys I see rapping and doing nonsense. Not to say rapping is nonsense, but many guys who are doing nonsense from where we come from, they're not that person. So when I hear them rapping, I look at them and I'm thinking, you got 30 kids in your video and you're talking the hardest talk and you're in your 30s. Um, for me, that reminds me of they were so affected from not being recognized as Will Smith when we were younger that they're trying to be Will Smith now. This is how deep the psychology is. What I'm saying is that everyone feels that they need to have some form of position within this prison. And the only way you can get a position within that prison is by acting violent, by behaving a certain way, pretending that you're real to something that's fake, which is the streets. I'm going to read something because I just said that. On the front of the book, it said, I learned the hard way that you can't be real in something that's fake and you don't need walls around you to be in prison. So I learned that the streets was fake in terms of there are no morals. There is no genuine love. You can't love somebody just because you had their back in a gunfight. As if you loved them, you probably told them to put the gun down. So when I go back to the younger me, I see a whole heap of innocence. I see all my friends who were seen as criminals or murderers, and they've done bad things. I'm not going to say I haven't got friends who have done some, on paper, some horrendous things. But if you look at the background and you understand where they come from, you understand what led them to have that type of mindset. Now, you'll probably never hear it from them. Hence why I'm here writing the book and doing the talking myself. And I'll say it as blunt as I can say. We are prisoners to the streets. I'm gonna stick with that argument. Um, we don't stay unconscious prisoners to the streets. There's a part where we become conscious. So for some of us, that is before 16. But for me, just because you become conscious about what you're doing, it doesn't necessarily mean, DMX said it, there's a difference between doing wrong and being wrong, and that isn't right. So before the age of 16, I got stabbed. And this is the conscious prisoner stage. I got kicked out of school. I knew my behaviors were getting me respected for the wrong things. And a part of it I liked. A part of it I liked because it made you feel important. So a prison to the street is someone who, imagine there's two women, and I always explain this to people when I'm doing a workshop. The prisoner to the street, one woman represents the streets. The other woman represents, I don't know, doctor, lawyer, having it all in life without having to break the law. Um, a lot of young children know they can't aspire to that from probably about the age of 10 or 11 anyway. So if it's not football, if you're not gonna become a footballer, ask now what do the children want to be, rappers or footballers. If you don't if you're not able to aspire to that, then automatically your esteem goes down. So, like I said, the analogy of the two girls, if a guy likes two girls and there's one girl that he doesn't think he can get, he'll probably go with the other girl that is more receptive to him. He'll walk around the streets with his arm around that girl and kiss her up, pretending he loves her. What I'm saying to you is that is the streets. Anyone you see on the streets now, any young people you see, they're with the girl that they didn't want to be with, and they won't tell you because you don't want to let people know that you're settling. We settled for the streets. There isn't a guy I've spoken to in my adult life where I've said, if we could go back, what could you be if you knew you could be? If you wasn't a prisoner to the street, what would you be? And I've heard some amazing answers from a lot of the young people that I've grown up with. But that's the conscious prison to the stage. So I'm saying that we get to a certain age where we become more aware of our behaviors. And I'm not saying that we know why we're trapped, but we become more aware. When I was young, I knew stabbing was wrong. But I also know that getting stabbed was wrong. So when I say we become more conscious, we still follow through with these actions and we don't really have much solutions. If I can take it back to the younger me, I think about who was out here doing what I'm doing now. Nobody. In the sense of who was trying to understand the mindset of the young people on the streets, who was writing books. I never thought I'd write a book in a million years, but the power of the book is showing something which decriminalizes the whole argument. It shows that there's people who I've stabbed and who have stabbed me and we're friends. There was a resolution. So for me, how did I get to that point? I've not really heard of anyone in this country who's had war with each other and made peace and wrote a book about it, and still has to promote it 8 years later, to be fair. But there's people who have stabbed me and I've stabbed them, and I could have got them on this in the background, basically defending what I'm saying. So for me, we need to address the mindset. We need to focus on the mindset, and I want the whole world to know that mindset is prison to the streets, and it's not just England. People might say Bloods and Crips in America, um, they're gang members, man. I'd be like, you lot haven't done your research on the history of gangs. Was Frank Lucas, was that a black man first? People need to look at where we get our inspiration from. We went from slavery to being criminalized, and that's what happens when you're socially excluded. For England, we've gone from Windrush, 75 years we've been here. We've gone from Windrush getting chased by NF in the 80s to all of a sudden we're gang members. I'm saying to you that the stereotype's inaccurate of the young black man, but we are now starting to perpetuate it by believing that we can't elevate its the system, basically. So a lot of young people have bought into it. And that's why when we become conscious, it's like you get to a stage, a conscious prison to the street, you get to a stage you're like, whatever, I don't care. It is what it is. No one can save me. So this is the route I'm going to take. So again, comparing that to prison, when you are in prison and you're getting a beat down in prison, you cannot ask, they don't care, which is the reality. So moving on to prisoner on parole, which is part of the workshop where I explain that a prisoner on parole is someone who's trying to change their life. And it's very hard for any young child to change their life. This is why we need to support them and guide them and navigate them through this, what they're dealing with, because a lot of them don't even know they're prisoners to the streets, first of all. You can't change something if you don't know what something is. So like I said, a lot of these guys don't know they're prisoners to the streets. We need to educate them and let them know that they are prisoners. But a prisoner up for parole is someone who is so hard to be in the same environment and change the way you do things within that environment. And that was one of my hardest challenges as a prisoner to the street, to be in the environment and not react to getting stabbed, not react to my friends getting shot. Like I wanted to do a lot of stuff when my friend died. I had to bite the bullet as he took the bullet, and it's like not only you can't prisoner up for parole is someone you don't prove to the audience that you're changed. You have to prove to yourself you're changed. And even yesterday, I was in a bar, but someone said to me that I was bad, and they found it hard to see the change that I've made. So, and this is years later. This is like 20 years ago in my life, being on the street. To be fair, 17 years at the most. So it's like my thing is this is a really hard thing to do to change. People think it's easy. You just get up and you get a job. It's not straightforward like that. You have, moving on to my last part of the workshop, post-traumatic syndrome, post-traumatic street syndrome. And I don't want to talk too much on this. This is just me going over what the workshop entails, and what Prison to the Street workshop's about. So the last part is post-traumatic street syndrome, and this is where I'm at the moment, because to be fair, with all the stuff that we've been through and stuff that we've seen, it's not normal. All the scars that we've got is not normal. And not just the things we've done to people, things that have been done to us as well, or it can affect you in your later life. And my thing is, I don't want to come here today and make it like I'm this reformed character. This is why I say the system's made it like it's good against bad. You will hear many cases of people doing this work where they've lost a friend, a family member, a son, whatever it is. The media supports those people in ways that they would never support me. And what I mean by that is the media wants to look at this argument as good versus bad, criminal. Um, the person who does the killing is the criminal all the time. That's the way the media looks at it, but that's not how I see it by any shape or form. I know a lot of people who have killed people out of retaliation. And because they never came out and said that, they always look like they're the bad guy. I know a lot of people who were killed out of fear because they were scared of the person. But because they never came out and said that, you will never hear it. So what I'm saying to you, a lot of what's happening on our streets, a lot of the young people dying is being misconstrued. But that's a quick explanation in Prison to the Street. What am I here for? I'm here because I believe I can change it. I want to talk about it. I believe that Prison to the Street is the solution to decriminalizing the argument. I believe every prison in the country for people under the age of 16 should be shut down. There isn't a prison I've done a talk in and not seen tears, or moved mountains within that, with the truth of prisoner to the street, not with coming in off the back of an ex-gang member and all this nonsense. So if you can talk to the hearts of man and get through to the hearts of man, um, you would get a better response from the hearts of man. And I believe that my job, my purpose, my sole purpose for whatever I'm going through in my life, as much as I would not like to be doing the work I'm doing, is to do the work I'm doing. I believe that if we action what we're putting out here, we need to be in this primary schools from the age of year 5 and year 6. I've been saying this for 8 years. This isn't nothing new. I've been saying this for 8 years, that we need to be in primary school from year 5, year 6, and teaching our young people about anti-bullying, but in a safe space. So not to increase fear and make them be scared of the streets, but enough to educate them. We need to do this every year, year 5, year 6, year 7, all the way through to year 11. My job at the moment, over 8 years, has consisted of me going into one school, making a massive impact for one day, and then not getting invited back maybe till 3 years later. That's not going to save anything. That's not going to affect change. And for me, as a young black man who's having to sit down, watch not just black people, just watch young people die, I find it hella frustrating that we can't implement something so basic within the school. So what I'm going to say is, for me, prison to the street needs to be on the curriculum, as it was in Hampstead High School a few years back. I don't know how else to explain the impact from prison to the street. So hard. This book, Prison to the Streets, probably saved more lives than, I don't know, any probation service you can think of. Um, this book, Prison to the Streets, saved more lives than any police officer probably saved, is what I'm saying. I don't know what to compare it to, but it's doing a lot without the support. Um, this book has had people I don't know come up to me who I've done things to, and they come and hugged me and shook my hand and said, I read your book when I was in jail. People I don't even know. People who are active on the streets today, supplying guns to people, are reading my book. And I don't say that in a sense of pride. I'm saying that in a sense of, this book resonates with people who are involved. So we need to stop wasting our time with knife crime, because it's ridiculous. Guns don't kill people, people kill people. And it's this country, I have to say this, it's the most stupidest statement to hear, knife crime. As someone who's been stabbed as much as me, let's not focus on criminality and let's not focus on a weapon. Let's understand the mindset if you really want to change it, and let's delve into it and, yeah, unlearn and relearn, basically. So yeah, that's me with Prisoner to the Street.
Thank you so much, Robin. Wow, what empowering, encouraging thoughtfulness as to your journey. And as I listened to you, I thought about be the one for change, to illuminate the possibilities beyond one's past, to looking forward into one's future. I'm delighted now to bring Diane Louise Jordan on to ask to have a Q&A with Robin. And from there, we will go into our panel discussion. So thank you so much, Robin. And over to you, Diane.
Good morning, everybody. It's a real honour to be here actually today, and I just want to reiterate the thanks that Keith offered to you, Robin. I just believe that every single word that you've said is so enlightened, and I really hope that today the words that he's spoken, the sentiment that comes from Robin, this new way of looking at things, I really hope it lands with us, because there are so many young people who are inflicting pain on others, but they're in pain themselves. There's a saying, hurt people hurt people. Now, I came across Robin about a year ago, and I was on a bit of a mission to find somebody who might why young people, particularly our young people in our Black community, happen to come under this label of being in a gang. Way back in 2007, 2008, I was a trustee for the Prince's Trust, and Prince Charles invited me to head up an initiative to get to the roots of gun and knife crime. And it was an amazing team. We did a lot of great work. I actually left a bit frustrated because I knew that we didn't actually get to the root. And finally, I was able to find somebody who started speaking about this subject in a way that really made sense. So I really hope that what Robin, this campaign, this mission that Robin's on, I really hope that we come behind him and support what he's doing, because I believe that is where the answer is, to really start saving our young people. Robin, today, this symposium, the question is, we're really wanting to know what it really is to be a Black British person. And with everything that you've been speaking about today, for you, what does it feel like? What does it mean?
It's hard. I'm on bail right now, and I'm gonna share that with people because I don't have no shame in it. I'm on bail because I was driving whilst black in Hackney. When they searched the car, just found 1,000 books in my boot. However, the frustrating part for me is that sometimes I believe in the stereotypes. So it's like, imagine writing a book. So National Prison Radio was about to air Prison to the Streets the day before I got arrested. And the constant fear of, no, not fear, that's the wrong word. It's not even, I don't have fear for police. Um, the constant having it in your psyche that they're watching you. Um, I knew I was going to get pulled over before I got pulled over. I knew I was going to get stopped and searched before I got stopped and searched. My next most milestone in life is going to be 40. I'm too old to be getting arrested, too old to be getting harassed by police, too old to be having to explain where I'm going in Hackney. Now, the police's game is so easy, and that's why I did it on the cover of the book years ago. The picture, you see the police playing and you see the man them playing. What I'm saying is there's two games being played. The police know, and there's a puppet on a string, and there's a guy at the bottom. The police know exactly what they're doing. So when they're stopping me, they're telling me their grounds to search and to stop me is because this is a gang area. You lot just gentrified the whole area, so how could it be a gang area? But you can use it against young black men. You're not stopping and searching white boys riding skateboards. You're going to be stopping black men in the areas where we live. So if I live in a particular area, does this mean, yeah, I'm going to be subjected to police harassment?
So you're basically saying, just another thing, just to say technically, can you keep your mic?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It's fine if we just keep them as close to our
Yeah.
mic as possible, and I think that will help with what we're saying. You actually knew that you were going to be stopped.
Always.
Why? Really
Always. That's not. If I could walk out of the house today, a lot of us, it's bad to say, even though undercover cars, it's because we get harassed by police. It's not a thing that one is proud to say, but yeah, it just happens.
Okay,
Oh,
so
shit,
it's fine. Thank you. We're obviously having a few technical issues today, but Robin, carry on. You're just saying that you feel that you're stopped literally because of the color of your skin.
It's not a new statement. No. This is boring to even talk about it, because it's known. It's not nothing new. And the world, if the world doesn't know that by now, like Black Lives Matter was a joke to me because it was talking about things that people act like they didn't know, and and they didn't even do their research to find out what it was about. But it's like, to act like we don't know these things exist is naive. But another problem is, like I say, I can't even blame so much. A lot of what we do as black people, like, let's forget the system for a second. We reinforce stereotypes. That's why I hate most of the films that are done about the streets in Britain. Make me sick. I can't wait to write Prison to the Street because we're going to humanize this experience. So you can't be writing films where you're talking that you're the biggest gangster and you're all these black boys, and then it get mad when the police stop and search you. They're watching the same films too. You can't be rapping the most evilest lyrics with no conscience, and then after the police are hearing that, they listen to your lyrics. They're watching you on YouTube. So you're already building up a stereotype about us anyway. And then you're going to get upset that they're stopping us. But they're stopping us includes me, is what I'm saying. So we have to, the people, the young black people as well, who are actually lost, even though some of them are lost, you've got to change the narrative on how you see yourselves and how you're projecting yourselves. Because
So we need to
of course we do. We can't, yeah, of course we do. And yeah.
Robin, there's something you said.
But I'm not excusing the system, sorry.
I hear you. There's something you said in that. Black Lives Matter is a joke. Most people wouldn't really agree with that. Can you expand on what you mean?
They need to live their life and find out themselves. I think when it comes to some of those subjects, if they, I think it might sound rude in saying that, but I feel that a lot of people need to stop being surface thinkers. Can't do the thinking. We can't do the thinking for you. If you don't know why Black Lives Matter is a joke, then I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. If you haven't done your own research to figure out why it's a joke, but it's a joke for many reasons. I just don't want to upset people too much, because like I say, and this is another thing that's hard about my journey. I'm an author because I put a pen to paper, but come with that, you have to talk. You have to sound a certain way. You have to come across. All eyes are on you. I'm not trying to be anything but the person that I am. So you'll get judged as that as well in your role, if that makes sense. What do I mean by Black Lives Matter? I mean, for one, I would never go and march to the oppressor and ask for any form of justice, in a nutshell. I would not go to Trafalgar Square like some people did to go and fight the NF and EDI. I live in Hackney. They can come to Hackney and find me. Like something that, for me, the whole movement of it, we moved off the back of George Floyd. You look, come on, Mark Duggan's issue ain't even been resolved yet. You know what I mean? It's just like you lot are focused on the wrong things, and statues and all the rest of it. Like I said, I really haven't been paying any mind to Black Lives Matter because the concept of it, it's good that it's becoming a broad subject so people are more aware of what we're dealing with. But the subject alone for me, the subject matter. If you need to tell people Black Lives Matter, then yeah, we're in 2020. I don't know what to say. We need to come together and stop telling the oppressor that Black Lives Matter. And that's what Prison to the Streets about. I'm saying it matters. Black lives matter when they're killing us. We kill each other every day. You know, worried about reaching the system so they can treat us better. Until we learn to love ourselves within our little pocket of communities, until we learn to come together and trust, and then we can build economically. There's so much things that we need to do in-house, but we keep trying to fix the garden. We keep trying to make up noise with the garden, and the house is filthy. Like when I was younger, my grand wouldn't let me go outside unless my bedroom was clean. But you lot want to go and play outside and make up noise outside, but your house is filthy. So yeah, Black Lives Matter didn't matter to me, on a personal.
Lots that you've said there that can be unpacked. And I think actually reading your book, which is available on Audible, so even if you just want to listen to it, it's around. But I think, again, it delves a bit deeper into some of the things you're saying this morning, which are they're quite controversial.
People's head a lot of the things I'm saying because they've probably not been said before in terms of we're not criminals. That's why I've had to write 3 books about it, trying to explain it. I know people don't get it, and I don't know how else to make you get something so simple. Even if you sell crack heroin before the age of 16 in this country, you don't get NI number till you're 16. So if I'm in school in year 8 and I've got no lunch money and I haven't got the best cusses, I can't joke as funny as my friends and they say you got holes in your trainers. Believe me, it's not hard for me to go and sell drugs for county line, whatever you lot call it now, just to go and get my money so I can fit into those social circles because I don't want to stand out as a victim. Nobody does. School's worse than prison for me, secondary school. Because if you don't get respected in school, you will always feel like you're lesser than. And that's the pressure that young children go over. So yeah, where crime's concerned, I don't really want to talk too much about crime, but I find it offensive as a man who's from my background and my ancestors went through what they went through for Britain as a whole to even call black people criminals. Like you colonized the whole world. That's the most gangster stuff I've ever seen. These guys are doing petty crime. It's not even that they're white collar criminals, and that's what upsets me as a black man. We get the less form of money from crime, but we are the front page of the whole argument of crime. Black boys are the least gangster in this country. We're least organized, the least money, the most news coverage. So yeah.
I can hear from your heart, you obviously care about our people. You care about what happens to the young people. What would you say, what would your vision be for the Black community in Britain?
First of all, I might say the passion there. The passion's definitely running out. You get to a stage in life where you want to become selfish. You want to think about yourself. Once you figure something out in life, you don't always want to give back. So you're like, okay, I figured this out. I ain't got time to tell the whole world. I need to keep running forward. But my vision for the Black community is to stop having this crabs in a bucket mentality, and to stop having this I need to get out of the bucket and forget who I step on to get out of the bucket. What I'm saying is we need to realize ways of how to live in the bucket. In Freedom from the Streets, I wrote a chapter called Crabs in the Bucket Reverse Mentality. So if we change the morals, or in fact import morals, like I liked what Tupac said years ago or something about young people selling drugs but not in the community. I would love if we could police our own streets. I would love if there was some bad man in Hackney or so-called bad man in Hackney who decided, you know what? No more drug dealing in Hackney. No more stabbing. If there was 20 of me, I swear on my life, I don't even need more than 20 of me. There wouldn't be no more stabbing in Hackney. No more shooting. Because the way I would carry on, I would use certain behaviors for righteousness. I wouldn't call the police. There would be no stabbing, no shooting. And I would ensure to all the elders I know, stop selling drugs in the community. And if you've got a problem with that, know that I would do that. So my thing is the passion is more than passion. It's more than money. It's more than having a position as an author. That's all secondary. When we are growing children in our community, and we're still trying to be those crabs in a bucket to sell to get out, we make it harder for the younger generation. So if you think it's hard now, as Black young boys and our fathers now, some people my age, you are making the future for your children so dark, and your grandchildren are going to be finished if we carry on in the way that we're going on. So get rid of this crabs in a bucket mentality. You don't need to all leave Hackney and your Tottenhams and your Brixtons and everywhere else. Come together. Learn to trust one another, and you can't come together until you squash the beef. And that was the whole reason for Prison to the Streets. That's the first step. It's not the whole step. You can't build with Black people ain't got no community in England because you lot are killing one another. So until you stop killing each other, how are you going to get to step 2, which is make money and build your Black Wall Street like what they did in America? You can't build with people you're scared of. You can't build with people that you're fearful of. And right now it's self-destruction because we're scared of ourselves. So we don't need the police to hold us down. Let's stop pretending that Black Lives Matter. Stop pretending that you need to go and march. Go and march in your community. That's why it makes me sick. We keep pretending that the system's holding us back. That's what Prison to the Streets about. If every person in prison who was convicted today said, you know what, let's stop beefing in the prison. In fact, let's stop doing anything illegal in the prison and let's all do our time and help each other out in the gym. Let me hold the bar while you're squatting. Let me stop hating you because you're from that part of London or you're from that part of England. The wardens would be so frustrated with you lot. I say that every time I do a prison talk and everyone laughs. They would hate it because they need us to be at each other to distract them from what they're trying to do. That's the only way the system's winning. They are leaving you to argue while they're going to get legal money off of the back of your illegal work. So who's a prison to the street? How can you be proud to be a street guy? It's the stupidest occupation to have. How can you sell drugs and be proud of it and think you're a bad man? In my eyes, you're not a responsible man. You're selling drugs, but a lot of you live in the area where your mums live, or you're selling drugs from your mum's house. So for the good of money, you will sell your soul, and you expect that's the drug dealing thing always give me joke. People who sell drugs to people who make other people's family crack addicts and heroin addicts, they expect to be blessed by God for doing evil. Have you gone crazy? Why should God protect you? You lot's in prison respecting a guy who's killed people. Why should God look after you when you respect evil? What God do you serve? And that's my whole feel in this conversation. It's so easy to talk to people who are from where I'm from, because when I ask them basic questions, they start to, oh yeah, it is evil. Yeah, it is evil, you clown. So think about what you're talking about. You lot are respecting evil. Come away from evil, and then we don't need to leave the bucket. Instill morals. Marcus, all these people told you what to do years ago, but you lot just weren't listening or reading between the lines. It's nothing what I'm saying hasn't been said before. There's nothing new. There's never anything new under the sun. And That's what we need to do. We need to change the way we think to change the situation and stop blaming everyone.
What I really like about you, Robin, is that you you're not scared to really tackle those areas, the elephants in the room that other people are skirting around and perhaps scared to talk about because maybe we might feel, shamed by it or all of those things. And you've really given already, the day's only just started, and you've given so many people so much to really think about. I just want to clarify when you were talking earlier on about uh, people in the community taking care of the community. I'm I'm not sure that you're saying completely get rid of, not have the police at all. You're not saying having a state where there's no police, or are you saying something that radical?
I'm on bail now, so police and me will never be friends. Like they know that. And it's not that when I say we'll never be friends, it's not a personal thing. Like there's a lot of police who are prisoners to the police, so they don't know that they're involved in a establishment which is not geared to actually make the differences. So they're prisoners to the police. A lot of people are prisoners to the politicians. A lot of these politicians, they all came in with good intentions, then they realized that Babylon is Babylon. Spiritual wickedness in high places, and sometimes people are scared to say these things. They want to walk around the eggshell. Why am I not scared? Because I've already been scared watching my youngers die. They die now. They're dying today. They're going to jail now. What am I gonna? What more is it gonna take? And Marcus Garvey said that black people only rise up when their back's against the wall. My back's against the wall. I'm ready to rise up. That's what I'm saying. I'm not really bothered. But we're all gonna die one day. So why I rather die doing something positive than die on the street repping my area. Die trying to save lives than rather die taking lives. So if that I'm cool with being fearful if that's the case. I'm at total peace with it because, like I said, as a father now, forget as a young guy on the street. I had my son very young, and at first I didn't change overnight when he was born, but I realized my father was killed. I can't. My grandfather was killed. I can't make the same thing happen again. So then, who's gonna guide him? But forget just guiding my son, because there's a lot of his friends or people around him who ain't got that guidance. So I have to make up for the people we're missing there. And the world ain't gonna work in love unless we start giving love to the people who need love. In fact, a lot of this is to do with young children not even getting love. Like it runs deep. But sorry, I forgot the question. I went on a tangent.
Well, it was about the police as well. Um, but you, again, Robin, you are saying so much that we really need to adhere. There are, these issues are complex. It is about what happens in our family. There is, we do have to look at what's affected us generationally and how that's impacting on us today. And I'm really hoping that everybody that's listening, all the delegates that are listening today, I'm really hoping that you'll be able to engage in this conversation as well. I'm sure that Robin is stirring up a lot of interest and a lot of questions or challenges that you may want to put his way. We are going to have a panel in a minute, and the panel will be speaking, but there will also be an opportunity for you to put your questions or your thoughts forward, and we really want to hear from you. This is what today is about. It's about sharing this information. It's about stirring up debate so that at the end of the day, we can move forward and make positive changes. Robin, if there was one thing, one wish you had for the Black community, what would it be?
Mm. One wish for the black community. But I've got to put myself in there. I'm not exempt from this. We need to learn to love ourselves. And I'm not exempt from that. We need to not just say it because it sounds cool. I'm a king and a queen. The fact of the matter is, you weren't all kings and queens. Get over that in terms of this king and queen. But you need to empower yourself in other ways. Don't sell a lie to yourself. Just empower yourself. And it's a journey. To be fair, as a black man, like I say, I find it a journey every day. There's some form of stereotype in this country. Um, and we just need to learn to love each other more and love ourselves more. What's my one wish for the black? I d- my one wish is that we don't have to have black as a separate thing. So it's not even for the black community. I'm fed up of talking about black, white. Like, just my thing is that we all live as one, but that's all come by our stuff, and it's not really reality. But that's, if we had a wish, it would be that color isn't an issue. That's my wish.
I'm not sure that that is kumbaya. I'm actually wondering if you've just literally put your finger on something that is really at the core of what this is about. You know, why are we, this is the question, why are we always talking about black this or black that? Because at the end of the day, we all bleed with red blood. So that's a really valid question that I'm...
A friend, Junior, funny guy, really funny. Junior said to me, "We're not even black because this phone's black, and I've never seen anyone that complexion. So we're not. We're all different shades of brown, including white people." So that's what I wanted to say.
That's not quite what you're going to say, because we are going to hear more from you very soon. Thank you, Robin. You know, you have really stirred up a lot, I'm sure, for people to think about and come back and challenge you about as well. As Keith said earlier on, as Dr. McGee said earlier on, during the course of today, we're going to have two panel sessions, where the theme is being and belonging. And this morning, this is part one, and we're going to be looking at that sense of being and belonging through the lens of identity and legitimacy. We've got a dynamic panel who's going to join us now. So you've met Robin, and I think it's now time for me to introduce some of our other panelists. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Dorothy Cherwa, who's the president of Newcastle University's Students' Union. Hello, Dorothy. And great to have you with us.
Thank you.
We also have Brian Bonaparte. I can't, oh, you're there. I'm not sure if what we see is what everybody else sees, so it's really good to see Brian as well.
Hi.
Labour MP, Dawn Butler. We're very pleased to have you, Dawn, with us.
Hi.
And for all those football fans, we've got Shaka Hislop. Shaka, are you with us as well?
I'm here. Good morning. Morning,
Good
Dan.
morning. Our fantastic panel. I am actually struggling to hear you, so I hope technically somebody can turn the volume up a little bit. I'm sure that Robin has been, I'm sure a lot of what he's said, I don't know if you managed to hear any of that, but I'm so much food for thought, to say the least. Now, this session is about identity and it is about legitimacy. And I think probably it'd be really great to start this session off by hearing to hear your personal stories about what it is to be Black and British. And perhaps if we could start with you first, Dorothy, that would be amazing.
Yeah, sure thing. So when Dr. McGee asked me to do this, he challenged me with thinking what it means to be Black and British, which I think is a very loaded question because, you know, Black British identity is so complex. But I took it as, what do I think it means to be British and Black, and that experience. So when I was little, one of my favorite books, book series in the entire world, was the American Girl collection on Addie. Addie was a slave living in North Carolina. And it was the first time that I'd ever read a book with somebody that looked like me. It didn't matter to me that that she was American and that we had very little in common besides skin color. Being represented was just liberating for a girl who hardly saw representations of herself, because for 9-year-old me, being Black and British meant being invisible. I grew up with representations of Blackness from Americans. My entire sense of what I should consider part of my Black identity was shaped by things like Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Sister Sister, That's So Raven. And while I'll always praise any form of representation, I grew up only understanding African-American concepts. And this was reaffirmed in school when in history we did things like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and the Civil Rights Movement. I think growing up in this landscape is a constant reminder of the invisible division between being Black and British and the Black British persona. And this is not to say that Black Britons don't have specifically Black experiences, but for me, growing up Black and British was like a cultural Where's Wally, searching for racial representations of myself in a very white landscape. As I've grown up, I've come to appreciate and understand the power of Black British representation. That turning point was when I read Marilee Blackman's Noughts and Crosses series, and it was reading a book set in Britain with a Black girl as the protagonist that just made me understand why representations of myself didn't have to come from across the Atlantic. Last year, in a song that came out, Stormzy said, "What a flipping time it is to be a Black Brit." And I think that's so reflected in terms of how far we've come in representations from Black Brits such as Daniel Kaluuya, Letitia Wright and John Boyega in film, to trailblazers in music such as Dave and Mahalia, to Black British authors such as Rennie Edo-Lodge and Bernardine Evaristo, to Black British MPs such as Diane Abbott and Dawn Butler. I think there has never been a time in which Black British people are so visible and so immediate. I do think that while the visibility of Black people in Britain is teaching me that being Black and British is actually teaching me that it's about carving spaces for yourself. It's about creating art and content that keeps you up and lifts you up. If there's anything this year has taught me whatsoever, is that there's a privilege to being us, to being me, and to being part of this community. It's reminded me that the biggest leaders of this revolution are my peers and the people I surround myself. I like to think that I exist as some kind of love letter to the people that have come before me and allowed me to take up space. You know, I exist as a love letter to the trailblazers that have persevered. I exist as a love letter to my parents who are Black Brits, who have shown me what perseverance is, what love is, and how to make a lot out of a little. I think I exist as kind of like a love letter to the power of visibility and the power of representation, because to me, being Black and British is about all of these really amazing things.
I love the way that you've described yourself as a love letter. There's something really beautiful and self-loving about that. One of my questions is, you also describe being Black as a privilege. What do you mean by that?
I mean, I guess it's one of those really amazing things when you think about exactly how far we've come, like where we started. I think it's a privilege to be able to overcome adversity. Obviously, nobody wants to have adversity all the time, and it's not ideal, but I do think there is some kind of privilege in existing in such community spaces. I think Black people have, honestly, one of the best communities. We know exactly what it is to like love each other. We know exactly what it is to come together and band together. And I think that's a privilege.
That sounds quite different to the community that Robin was just describing right now.
No, the same, but we got a good community in terms of like culture. But I don't want to. I just, you know what it is. I think over the years, I've learned a game that the system's playing. They're trying to be divisive in it. So what I'm saying is, yeah, I grew up in Hackney. The community spirit was lively. Everybody was cool. You could go to your cut, whatever it is. But there was a lot of violence as well. But outside of that, yeah, you could have there's some memories of my childhood that I wouldn't replace for the world. You couldn't give me money for them, and because of our culture, our demeanor. But yeah, not to go on too much. There's a lot of work to do to bring that back. We've lost so much of that. So even now, people will walk past adults and even say hello. It's not the same as it was when we was younger, I suppose.
We'll keep this conversation going, because I think it's very interesting to, obviously, as you said, Dorothy, that it's, you know, it's quite a complex thing to even describe ourselves as Black British. And I think today's a real good first step in really trying to unpack and look at that complexity from so many points of view. I'd like to hear also, Brian, what's your experience of being Black and British?
I actually had to question myself about what it means to be Black and British. I'd never actually asked myself that sort of question before, and I actually see them as two separate entities. And the first one consumes most of the thinking process, i.e., what is it to be Black? I think Robin sort of touched on the fact, my skin is not black. My skin is actually darker than many of the people that now consider them, that are happy to describe themselves as brown. And so this idea of your identity is defined by some sort of social construct that people say that you are black, for me is questionable, it's challenging. And then even within our own community, there is this idea of, well, yeah, you're black, but are you black enough? Do you meet the criteria of what it is to be black? Are you street enough to be black? Are you effervescent enough to be black? Do you understand your heritage? Do you understand your culture? So this navigation that we actually have to go through just to actually try and find our own identity is a struggle from day one. And so do you put that aside and do you say to yourself, okay, should I go through life trying to determine what it means to be black? Or should the first thing that I try to do is determine what it means to be human? And recognize that I am a human being, I'm a humanist, and that I treat myself with love because I am a human being, and then I move from that position. That becomes my standpoint. And this idea of being black is just the social identity that's been attached to me. The idea of being British, I often come back to the thought that I'm British, thankfully, because my mother and my father came to the UK back in the 60s. And in fact, I wouldn't be here, I wouldn't be born if it wasn't for my mother deciding that she wanted an English-born child. Both my brother and my sister were born in the Caribbean, in Grenada. So I exist simply because my mother said, I want a child that is born in the UK, and that's me. So from that point of view, I suppose I have to be grateful, first of all, to my parents for my existence. And then I also have to recognize that growing up within this society, it's not a tranquil journey for any black person to grow up within a society where you are a minority, and you are reminded every single day that you are a minority. Now, that's not to say that I don't dislike this country. This is one of the best countries in the world because it is full of opportunities. Anyone can come from anywhere. People are still dying every single day, crossing rivers in ridiculous little dinghies to try and get to these shores because they still see it as a promised land. So I'm not going to look at this country as if to say that it's an oppressive society. I think you have to ask yourself, what is your purpose in life? And if you find what your purpose is, then it's easier for you to navigate and find your own identity. And you can then look around within your community. And if you see yourself with love, then it's easier for you to recognize other people. As Robin said, if you don't love yourself first, then you cannot love others that look like you. And within our community, we look at each other and we look so similar. And yet we look at each other with levels of disrespect, levels of distrust, levels of disdain. So essentially, we're sort of putting up a mirror of ourselves, which makes it therefore much more difficult for us to love our community. We all talk about this idea of coming together, but it's a myth. It's never going to happen unless at the very beginning, you have an understanding of who you are. And for me, as an educator, I believe that starts with education. So this idea of being black and British, these are labels. And ultimately, they actually don't matter that much. What matters is how you see yourself first.
Brian,
and for me, that's the priority.
I mean, there is so much you said there. Let's sort of unpack some of that. First of all, being black, you mentioned is that a social construct? and you know, you've separated your blackness from your Britishness. And although, yes, it is an idea in a sense. I understand what you're saying, that it's something that's imposed on us in from a cultural point of view. We still have this tone to our skin that that definitely dictates who we are or how we're seen. How do we, if we choose to, because it's an interesting idea, isn't it, to actually almost
Well, can I
yeah, go on.
Can I respond to that? You say it dictates who we are. It doesn't dictate who we are. It dictates how we're seen and how we're judged, whether we fit into a particular stereotype, of whether we know our place within society. That's how people see us, based on the color of our skin. But it doesn't have to define us. And unfortunately, we allow it to.
So there's a couple of things. This session, we've said it's about identity and legitimacy, and you've just really tapped on those core things: identity, legitimacy, and our design. And I think this is something that is part of the human condition. I don't know any human being, whatever age, color, creed, class, nationality, at our very core, we all want to know who we are, why we're here, what our purpose is, what our design is. I think that is the core of the human condition. So I really understand what you're saying about, you know, who we are is based on all that internal stuff. How other people see us also affects us. What do we do about that bit?
I think everything starts with education, and everything, it's about intrinsic. Sorry? It's about intrinsic motivation. So what is it that motivates us to seek a good life, to be the best that we can be, to actualize ourselves, to fulfill our potential? It has to come from within us first. And we have to recognize that we're in a society that is, as they like to use the term, it is tolerant. Tolerant is not a good term. Tolerant is not something positive. Tolerant is saying, I don't really like you, but it's all right if you stick around, but just don't get in my face. You know, just stay in the background. That is tolerance. So we have to recognize, we have to understand the language within society. But if you don't know who you are, then anyone confronting you with any circumstances is going to cause you to bend and to sway and to buckle. If you educate yourself by any means necessary, and I'm not saying that you have to go to university, but you can educate yourself. Remember, there was a time where it was illegal for Black people to be able to learn. We were not allowed to read or write. Those days are over, but we still are enslaved within that environment where, hold on a minute, no, I don't need to do that. I don't need to go in that direction. If you educate yourself, you can stand in a position of strength. You empower yourself when you educate yourself. And that enables you to navigate your way through society. It enables you to see the opportunities in front of you, where at the moment we cannot see them because we're still fighting with ourselves.
So I'm going to now introduce Dawn into this discussion, because we've heard from Dorothy, who's saying that a lot of how her own views about herself have been formed were, if I'm representing you correctly, Dorothy, it had a lot to do with external images and external messages, which do affect us. And Brian is also saying, well, it's up to us. That I'm being very simplistic here, please forgive me, but there's a sense of we have to take responsibility and it has to come from us. Dawn, what's your response to that?
I suppose in a way everybody's right, because it's everybody's experiences. I think at the end of the day, when you ask me what it's like to be Black, well, I'm Black 365 days a year. I wake up in the morning Black and I go to bed Black. And when I say Black, I mean the political term Black. I grew up very active in the trade union movement, and actually black was a very empowering and unifying and universal term that we used to use. So I'm quite comfortable with the term black, but I'm also quite comfortable with the term African Caribbean. And so really, I think the question is, what is your upbringing like? How have you grown? And how, what was your family like? And because what has surprised me during this debate and during the Black Lives Matter movement is so many people are surprised at our own lived experience. They're surprised that, each of us, I am sure, can correct me if I'm wrong, have been given a talk at some stage by an elder. And that talk has tried to help you navigate your way through what your life's going to be like, what the future's going to be like. So my mum told me I had to be twice as good, just to get recognized or, recompense for what I'm going to do. My brothers, told me if a police car drives past me to look in the rearview mirror to make sure if the police car's done a U-turn and following me, then told me what to do next. So all of these are the talks that we're given, and we're given those talks because of the color of our skin. And the thing is this, it is right that race is a social construct because there is only one race. But race is a social construct, and it was constructed and designed to dehumanize a group of people so they can explain away their dehumanizing behavior towards somebody of a different color. So race is a social construct. What is the problem is racism, and how people carry that out. I know those people who have perceived power, who've been racialized as white, carry out, and others carry out racism. So that is the issue and the problem. But I mean, I grow up knowing very much the power of who I am as a black person. I've got 4 brothers, sister, and actually it was a very informative and powerful household in that they were just giving me life skills and how to navigate my way through life. So yeah, it's an interesting kind of debate in a way, but it's also a tiring and exhausting debate. And I find October exhausting, and I'm kind of tired of Black History Month. And I just think, when in Parliament I talked about history being decolonized and taught in its entirety throughout the whole year, Kemi and others were, so angry about it. And you think, what makes you so angry in teaching history in its fullest form to show the power of black people in the journey, to show people say we wear our blackness as victimhood. I don't wear my blackness as victim. I wear my blackness as victorious. I wear my blackness as power. I wear my blackness as people who have never been content with being held down. So actually victimhood is the last thing I am in terms of who I am. I'm very happy and comfortable being black, being a black woman, wearing her hair natural. I'm very comfortable with that. So it's not really, I think the interesting thing is showing people the error of their ways, not for us to explain in a way.
So much. Black power, you've talked so much about the power of being black. Isn't it the power of being a human being? Are you not maybe adding to the very thing that we want to, dispel and drop by even defining yourself as a powerful black person as opposed to an amazing, powerful, interesting, dynamic human being, regardless of your color?
I'm all of that and more, but the point is this: because of the color of my skin, there are hurdles put in my way that are not put in other people's way. So therefore, that is why you're told you have to be twice as good, or you have to do things in a different way, or you have to.
I understand that. That same narrative. I can say, me too, me too, me too. Work twice as hard, not even twice as hard. All of the rest of it. Watch police cars. All of that stuff. So I understand the working hard. What I'm trying to really unpick is why does the color of our skin make us powerful?
Because of what we've had to overcome on the journey. So it's that recognition in terms of the journey that we've had to go through, and the unnecessary hurdles that we've had to go through. But absolutely, ultimately, there, as I said sort of in the beginning, there is one race, and that is a human race. And what we need to do is get to a point where people can understand discrimination and prejudice and ensure that that doesn't happen, and also understand one's privilege, and also understand what comes along with that and what you can do to ensure that we have a just society. Ultimately, we want a just society and equality of opportunities. That is ultimately what we need in society.
Whose privilege?
Oh, lots of people have different privilege. So white people have privilege. They have an inherent privilege that comes with just being white. That there's an inherent privilege that comes with that. If you are a hearing person, you have privilege as a hearing person, because everything is designed for people who are hearing rather than people who are deaf people. And so, you know, we don't sign everything that we speak. So, you know, there are privileges that comes with who we are as an individual, and it's understanding those privileges and understanding what you get as a consequence of those privileges, instead of trying to hide away from it or being, you know, or being offended by it. You know, so many people said, oh my gosh, you know, I didn't realize that, you know, you were told you couldn't be what you wanted to be at school, that you needed to be a runner because you were fast, rather than, you know, I wanted to be a doctor or a nurse or whatever. So many people, you know, have had their journeys almost stripped from them because of the educator at school, because they're told, actually, you can't. It's very different lived experiences.
There's also going to be white people who are, you know, in extreme poverty, extreme disadvantage. And I see, you know, people like us on this panel, most of whom have some element of privilege more than they do, and I think maybe that language is perhaps a barrier for them to understand and come to the table to discuss and try and find a way forward.
Not really. It's a reality of the situation, and so then you're talking about class. So class is also something that doesn't really get discussed anymore, and it should be discussed, because working class people are all different shades and have still shared experiences in terms of barriers. It could be your language, you know, it could be how you walk, could be how you dress, you know, it could be your education and how you're seen. So class is another barrier to progress and another barrier to equality of opportunities. And that is just another barrier. So there's class, there's the color of your skin. But what this has in common is that it's the person that has the power or perceived power that's holding down somebody because of their class or because of the color of their skin, as opposed to that person not being gifted.
I know Dorothy wants to say something as well, but before so hold on to that thought, Dorothy, because I could see you wanting to interject about the whole issue of privilege, but we must introduce Shaka into the conversation. Shaka, what's your experience and what's your thoughts on what you've heard so far?
Well, intriguing, and I think it speaks to the Black British experience. Initially, when trying to understand being Black and British, or discuss what it means to be Black and British, I'll be honest, I'm not sure, or wasn't initially sure that I qualified to speak on that experience, even though I spent a significant portion of my adult life living in England. I was born in England to parents from Trinidad and Tobago who moved back to the islands when I was 2 years old. So I grew up in Trinidad and Tobago and then returned to play professional football at age 23. Stayed in England for 14 years. And that's where four of my 5 kids were born. So my experience is one that is, I didn't spend my formative years in Britain, and even as an adult, when I was there, I'm playing professional football, and that comes with a certain level of trappings and responsibility. But when I consider, so just to tell the fullness of my story, my dad moved to England in the early 60s, as I heard Brad saying about his parents. He was a teacher at Loughborough University, was arrested, him and a good friend of his, Desmond Allen, arrested by 2 police officers. They were taken to a parking lot, and the officers then began breaking car windows and charged my dad and Desmond Allen with attempted auto theft. They then sued the police. They sued the Metropolitan Police. And again, this, keep in mind, we are talking early 60s here. Two black men suing the Metropolitan Police. They won. The settlement was a record settlement at the time, some £8,000. My dad took that money and enrolled in law school. He also took what was left over, moved back, went to Trinidad on holiday to see his mom, who he hadn't seen for years. And on that 6-week holiday, met and proposed to my mom. And here I am, well, this has got to be 55 years later now. So it speaks to his experience and my coming into being. And as I think about British and growing up in Trinidad and Tobago, which was a British colony, and my experience shaped differently because growing up in the islands, I was an ethnic majority, but still, kind of, we look to the Queen for direction. The Privy Council is still the highest court in all land. So much of colonialization shaped who we are and the islands culturally, and I think that speaks to being black and British in such a loud voice that I think we underestimate. England doesn't share the slave history that the US does, in that we didn't have slaves in England, or a lot of slaves in England. It was focused in their colonial holdings. And it was part of the Windrush generation and years after the World War that you saw black people emigrating to England in larger numbers, and all those part of a colonial history. And that speaks to who I think England are and Black Britain is, that shared journey through this checkered colonial history, which it manifests itself in so many different ways. So it's interesting to hear all the different stories, because not to be cliched about it, it's such a tapestry of being black and Britain and British, and speaks to those experiences.
I just want to pick up a bit on your experience, because I think it is valid, the fact that you were born here, lived in the Caribbean, and then have come back and still had a bit of an experience of life living here. But even in the Caribbean, you very much describe a way of growing that we're familiar with this influence of the British Crown still having some sort of effect, or stronghold, some sort of effect on how you saw yourself. So being in a place where the majority looked like you, and not being on British soil, what are your feelings about yourself? How do you value yourself?
Well, as you'd understand, that changed over the years. Certainly, growing up in Trinidad and Tobago, and though I was part of an ethnic majority in Trinidad and Tobago, the social construct is it's pretty similar. White people hold all the jobs of prominence, of power, of making decisions, and black people, kind of fall in lower down that social ladder. So again, though I'm part of an ethnic majority, the underlying issues, the underlying message is that if you want to be head of a bank, if you want to be prominent politician or businessman, you have to be white, or certainly of a much fairer hue, and that with itself brings challenges. When you're my complexion, what do I do to achieve, or what is my ceiling? And just as much as I question what my ceiling is, given the color of my own skin, you then wonder what what's the flaw for white people living in the islands? Because they all seem to enjoy a certain level of a certain standard of living, achievement, and employment that 90% of the time they don't earn, and I can't answer how that's warranted. But as you grow up, as you grow up, and I went to university in the States before coming to England, and you were exposed to these different cultures. You were exposed to so much more in terms of my own identity and appreciating my own history, and where we come from, and not just a short-term history, and not just. And when I say short-term, I mean not just from slavery days and through colonialism. When you start to appreciate where Black people have come from, even further back than that, 300 or 400 years prior to slavery, you get a better understanding of who you are and what it takes to be here. And it was impressive. Well, I was taken aback by Dan saying, "No, I'm not a victim," and that's absolutely right, because for so long and for such a big part of our history, we have been made to feel like victims. And now that we point that out, people are saying that we're wearing the color of our skins as victims. And no, what all we're saying is you have victimized us for hundreds of years. And I'm not accepting that anymore. You have kept us in chains. And I want those chains broken. I'm not settling for you loosening those chains one link at a time. I want that chain broken. And that is a part of kind of my own education and understanding who I am and the bigger construct to my Black history, which I don't think I was exposed to. I don't think it was made available to me in growing up in Trinidad and Tobago.
I certainly know that my parents, who are Jamaican, deceased, were Jamaican, and they were born in the 30s, and their history in the Caribbean was almost identical to the history that I was taught in England about British history. And I know that's not an unusual experience. And it seems to be, only post 1930 are we beginning to really inhabit our own history. So I can understand, in a sense, I'm sad that we're even having this symposium and having these conversations. And Dawn talked about being tired. I'm tired. Dorothy, I'm quite interested in what you were talking about when we were talking about the whole aspect of privilege. I really want to hear what you want to say about that.
I mean, Dawn touched on it quite well. It's the idea that when we talk of privilege, there's often attempts to derail conversations about specific privileges because people don't understand that having privilege isn't a bad thing. It's not something that you inherently asked for. It's not like you took it from somebody else. You just have it. And I think when we do have conversations about privilege, it's really important to have conversations on intersectionality, because you can be a Black working class person and therefore you don't have white privilege and you don't have privilege from class. And so I think it's really important to not block off privileges as if they all belong in singular boxes, because people can have different privileges. People can cannot have privilege, so you can have a privilege and then be privileged in other respects. And I think it's really important that, like, when we do have conversations about privilege, we also have conversations on intersectionality and what it means to belong to multiple different identity groups. So
I understand that. Well, I think what my concern is, how do we have these conversations that really need to be had and keep the conversation open? Because I think sometimes the way we position these arguments, I think we just get into these polarized camps. how can we break through that and actually have discussions so that things really can move forward? I'm just wondering, Brian, if you've got anything to respond to that. How do we break through?
Come back down to
Brian, can I just, I don't know if you can hear me, you're actually breaking up at the moment. So what I'll do is I'll go to Dawn, maybe you could, and then we'll come back to you. Dawn, how can we keep this conversation, how can we open this conversation so we can actually really hear each other? And because I'm sure we don't just want to go around in circles having discussions and, you know, moaning about stuff or, you know, being frustrated. I'm sure all of us on this panel want to find a way to go forward and find results. Okay, I think we're having...
I've actually been thinking about that quite a lot. And I think what's different in this period in time is that you've got a whole 3 or 4 generations of people who are fighting together, and you've got lots of people fighting. You know, you've got a wide spectrum of people fighting, like different ages, different religions, different colors. Everyone's fighting, and ultimately it comes down to justice. And I kind of like, particularly young people, just like, there's so many other things to worry about. So let's stop all of this discrimination and let's start focusing on some other issues. So it's interesting to how we sort of bring other people on board, and how we get the conversation moving forward. I think we have to be sort of brutally honest, and in lots of different ways we have to be honest. There's a lot of fragility around, white fragility. And it's amazing how much abuse I get just by being pro-Black, and it's quite incredible. But we also have to be mindful that you also can't tread gently. If you're just going to tread gently and not be honest and open and talking about the reality of situations, we're not going to move forward. And that is just the basic facts of it. So, and everybody's kind of, you know, unless you're outwardly a neo-Nazi or a racist, kind of everybody's views on different areas will be taken into consideration if we're going to move this forward. But there is some brutal honesty and uncomfortableness that will be had if we're going to make real progress. And it's not just about one person exceeding or one person making it. We have to tackle the systemic injustices that exist. That means we have to tackle the systemic racism that exists in society and in institutions if we are going to make progressive and systemic changes.
This is a genuine question, Dawn, because I actually understand your frustration. I also know that you, and also Diane Abbott in particular, get very vilified on some public platforms, and I don't know if people would be as as critical if you weren't female and with the color of the skin that you have. But what do we do? Because I understand your frustration. I live it. You know, I understand the tiredness. We do need to be honest. How do we? You know, you use the word brutal, and is it brutal honesty, or is it a real determination to find a way to go beyond this? You know, this brutal honesty, because at the moment it seems like we're all sort of what's the word, clashing horns, or whatever the expression is, and my concern is that where the gap between us is in that discussion is widening, as opposed to coming together to find out, you know, how we really do progress.
Yeah, so to some people it's widening, and some of those people they will never be on board. Some of those people don't want equity. They don't want it. They don't want equality. They will.
Sorry, there are people that, I mean, there's some in the middle ground who actually do want to come along, but you know, there's fear. they're, you know, they really don't know. They are actually scared of what their future might be. How do we engage those people? Not the ones that are really just going to always dig their heels in and never want to be part of the communication. What do we do there?
So we keep talking, and I know maybe brutal might have been, you know, but no, that is the word. But
as it is.
but the thing is this: every struggle for progress that has ever happened, people have fought against it. So when women wanted to drive, men were saying you can't have women driving because they will just run people over. Those are the kind of arguments they were using. When women wanted to vote, they were like, you can't have women voting. They have to vote how their husband votes because they can't think for themselves. Now we find those arguments quite ridiculous. It's like, you know, what are they talking about? So whatever struggle there is throughout history, there's always a kickback to that struggle, always. So yes, we have to do our bits in our community, in our society. We have to have responsibility for that. Yes, we have to ensure that those people that are discriminating against us stop discriminating. But unless you talk about it, people don't know that it happens. I'm surprised that people hadn't realized just how much discrimination Black people suffer on a daily basis. I'm surprised people don't realize that Black people, especially Black men, when they come out, when they walk out the front door, have to consider everything that they're doing because they might get stopped by the police that day. I'm surprised that people are surprised by that, because I knew that happened because I have 4 brothers. So I knew about their lived experiences. So people don't know about these things, and it surprised me, but it's the reality of the situation. That's why we have to keep talking and not be frightened by people who feel uncomfortable, because no matter how uncomfortable people feel, it's more uncomfortable when it's happening to you. And so every year I have a theme. This year it was embracing your awesomeness. I didn't get to develop that theme because of COVID-19. But for Black History Month, my theme this year was allies, supporting our allies, supporting the people who are standing up. Because it is difficult and uncomfortable, especially if it's happening in your workplace or in your family home. So my theme this year, and I set myself my own theme, I set myself my own challenges every year with allies, you know, supporting allies. It's not going to be easy, but that's okay. You know, if we want to see progress, we're going to have to go through it. That is just the way it is.
If I could just jump in.
Yes.
I think it's really important that when we talk about how we bring people within these conversations, there is a fundamental part about education. It goes back to what Dawn was saying earlier about decolonizing the curriculum. I think a problem that we encounter is that people don't necessarily understand why there are barriers, and they don't necessarily understand how those barriers keep manifesting themselves, because our education system teaches an incomplete history. It doesn't teach about the complete atrocities of empire. It doesn't teach about colonialism. It doesn't teach about Windrush. It doesn't teach about the Brixton riots. It doesn't teach about racism in the ways that it should do. We get told that racism is quite an American issue. It's quite a civil rights movement issue. And I think there is an argument about completing the history, completing the narrative, completing a complete story in people's understanding as to how Black people have actually got here, what challenges they've had to overcome, and how those barriers that were put in place to them keep manifesting themselves today, how they keep manifesting themselves socially, economically, politically. And I think if people understand those things, if we learn a complete and comprehensive history, if we have a completely decolonized curriculum, I think it would be easier for people to understand why Black people are still taken to the streets today, why Black people still get emotional, why we're still having these conversations.
Brian, I just want to ask you, Dorothy's made some excellent points there about, you know, and you talk about education being almost like a very significant key to the way forward. 2 questions I want to ask you is, why do we still keep buying into Black History Month? I don't, you know, we've heard that a few people here are frustrated that we're our whole existence is squeezed into 4 weeks in October. And maybe we should be really grateful for that. I just wonder what it would look like if we had White History Month. But we are talking about education. How can we use education to push things forward?
For me, education is the answer. But I think this idea of Black History Month, it has its benefits because it actually does educate non-Black people about part of our journey. But unfortunately, it seems to focus on all the negative elements of our journey rather than how great we are as a people and how we have been through history and the successes that we've had, the innovation that we've brought forward. So a lot of the picture that is being created through Black History Month, and I'm not saying that it shouldn't exist, but a lot of the picture that's being created from Black History Month is showing us as victims. It's showing us as oppressed, as persecuted. Now, those are just parts of our history. And if you are a very young child looking at those manifestations, then it's easy for you to develop a complex of being angry, of looking at everyone that isn't Black, and sometimes even your own Black people, and sort of adopting this idea of, well, where is our value? Where do we find
I think we're struggling again.
And am I? Can you hear me?
Everybody else can hear you. Oh yeah, it's fine.
Okay, so
I think it's just us. Carry on.
Yeah, so it has to, everything has to come through education, but it's about educating everyone, because when everyone is educated of who they are and where they can be going, so decolonizing essential. It gives perspective to the young white boy or white girl that's sitting next to the Black boy, where they can say, oh, I had no idea that was part of your journey. And I'm not, so that everyone can see we have value, especially ourselves. That's where it has to start. Not a policeman, not that man. So we have to create more value within ourselves. And the more we perpetuate that, the more the rest of society will start to see that as well. And I agree with what Dawn says. We have to keep pushing. We have to keep making sure our narrative is heard loudly, all the time. For 4 out a month. So therefore, it's British history 24/7, 365. And that is the step that we need to move towards, so that everyone wants to actually embrace our rich culture and recognize that being here is actually part of what makes this country great.
Robin, you want to say something?
Just briefly in response to Brian, I think more because you said education is key in terms of resolving this Black Mystery Month, is what I like to call it, because it's full of mystery. There's a joke. What I like about what you're saying there, though, is education is key, and I second that. And this is why we're prison to the speech concerned.
What we do at the lunchtime posting. Oh yes, yeah. So this is just sort of like a holding area, I suppose, just so I can check
your sound and video, which all seems to be working fine. Sorry, I can't.
Sorry, guys, 1 second.
Goodness. I can't start my video because I'm got lots of my internet is rubbish and I've got lots of other things on. But yeah, so this all seems fine to me. See you, sounds okay. So I'll just copy. I'm just going to copy and paste the link for the stream. So this area is just like for me to check things, but the live stream is here, which I've just popped in the chat. So you don't need to go into that now, because I think it's 12:30 you're on. Yeah.
Shall we talk about the weather in the meantime?
Yeah, so you're welcome to get a cup of tea or whatever, and turn your video off and leave the thing. But just 5 minutes before, so at 25 past, just click that link, and then it'll take you to the streaming thing, and Bav, who is in charge of that side of things.
You're muted, Robin.
Can you hear us now?
No, yes. Yes.
Okay, Robin, start again.
So I don't know what you said. I was saying, imagine you're reading this book. You read the first.
I just wanted to. I don't know if you're following what's on YouTube. I'm going to speak about afternoon or early, but you're feeding into the YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
One of the green rooms is the YouTube channel.
Okay. Strange.
This has
You're muted, Robin.
This forum, it's
Give me 2 minutes. Thank you for letting me know.
All right. So, nice, cool. Brian, I'll say to you this. When you're doing education, talking about education, and for me, I'm saying about when we read a book, sometimes someone will be on an early page, and so they only have this much understanding of a subject, or they're only educated as that much, so to speak. If you read near the end of the book, you'll be more informed, right? You'll be more educated of whatever it is, and we can now have a conversation collectively because we're on the same page, as they say. What I'm saying is, in terms of the youth work field, what I've been in for years, we're not on the same page. I've been trying to educate the masses for years with very little platform, and everyone I talk to agrees. Everything that you're saying, everything that Dorothy, none of these conversations are new. This is why this conversation is probably outdated to a lot of us. About all the points that have been raised, I've been hearing them from probably the age of, I don't know. You understand what I'm saying to you? So we're all reading the book, but we're not on the same page. The only way to really action change is if we get on the same page. Okay, so cool. What did Robin bring today? And what's the purpose for Robin being here? Robin came to talk about prisoners to the streets not being criminals. So Dawn, you're an MP. I've seen Diane Abbott the other day. I said the same thing to her on the street. I said, look, I know I can't save the world, Diane, but equilibrium is what I'm trying to bring to the table. Now, we know they're not criminals. How do you get me in there to do the work? Let's stop the small talk. Let's action this. Because we could talk about things for years and years and years and sound as smart and educated as we want to, but we need to get on the same page so we can start attacking a problem. So if you agree with me that they're not criminals, they're prisoners to the streets, let's not look at it as a simple conversation. Let's action this. Same with Black history. It's just as important as prison to the streets. I don't think it's any more or any less. It falls in line with the same type of thing. So if we're going to teach Black history, if this isn't going to be in the schools, if we can't get Black history taught in the schools, and we're in 2020, then maybe it's our job to educate our own children on the history of our great forefathers. Maybe it's time for us to take accountability like we did when I was younger. We had Sunday school. Open the Sunday schools again. The government, for me, is probably my biggest enemy on my journey in making a difference. And when I say enemy, I mean the youth clubs. They're not youth clubs no more. I'm teaching children boxing on the estate in the code because we can't get the facilities. So what I'm saying to you is we got all the ideas in the world. We've got all this great way of talking about. There's all these thought leaders. Everyone's got great perception how to do things. I'm saying that the longer you look, I don't even know how I got into this position in terms of writing a book, because I thought maybe people don't understand. But what I've come to understand is a lot of people understand. We're not on the same page, and it's instead of actioning things, it's about sharing what you've learned as an individual, your experiences. Now that's good, but how do you, like Brian says, educate the masses? So the masses are not listening to this conversation today. How do we get what I'm saying, what Brian's saying about Black history? The focus is education, and I'm so with that, Brian. But we keep talking about what we're going to do. I want to know who can action change for us to get into the schools and teach Black history and the concept of prison to the street. I've got nothing else to talk about, is what I'm saying. Action.
We need you. Yeah.
Diane, can I quickly respond to that?
Yes, please do.
I think part of the issue here is creating awareness, but it's self-awareness from my point of view. Part of the issue that we have is that we're continually looking at the doors that keep closing on us. So as a door closes, we're continually looking at that door. Why did that door close on me? In other words, why did the police do that? Why did the school do that? Why did my teacher say that? Why did the local council do that to me? And these things happen. You know, we all have challenges in life, and regardless of race, creed, or color. And yes, do we get an extra portion of that within this society and throughout history? Have we? Yes, of course we have. But I think it's important for us to recognize the opportunities, the doors that continually open for us. The fact that I can sit here and I can look at Dawn, I can look at Shaka, I can look at Dorothy, and I know that they actually are part of the tapestry for our future. I don't have to be a Labour supporter, but I know that Dawn has gotten herself to a position of opportunity, and therefore others can follow. And that is what we have to look towards. We have to start to look towards the positive. So as Robin is saying that some of us, we're not on the same page, so long as we've actually got the damn book in our hand, that is a start. Some of us might be
Sorry, Brian, maybe I misunderstood me when I said the same page. Sorry, that was a good point though. I don't want to be misinterpreted because I'm not a speaker really, but I'm speaking. I'm from a different world. I don't do this stuff. So what I'm saying to you is, when I say same page, educating. If we start Prisoner to the Streets, Black history on a basic format, and we do that from year 5 going forward, trust me, we'll be on the same page. When I mean same page, I mean, we're not on the same page. We don't know each other from nowhere. I don't know none of you guys from nowhere. I'm saying if I was a teacher in the school, I've been a teacher, so I know I can do this. If I was a teacher in a school from year 5 to year 6 teaching Prison to Streets in just one school, I guarantee you that none of those kids are going to be criminal. Facts. And I'm saying it with so much confidence because I'm working with you daily, Monday to Friday. And I'm sowing seeds in your head of wisdom, Monday to Friday. And you're getting that every year. And things I'm predicting that are going to happen next year, if you have this Prison to the Street mentality, are going to happen. And you're going to look and say, well, sir said that was going to happen last year. And it happened. So when I say same page, different in the context to what you're talking about of all of us being here. We're not on the same page, but I'm glad we're reading the same book. I'm talking in terms of educating about Black history. We need to be on the same page in terms of the schools. I'm talking about in terms of educating people about Prison to the Streets. We need to be on the same page. We can't, there's no point in, like, I know for a fact none of you are on the same page as me about the streets. And I'm not saying that in a boastful way. I mean that you just can't be. Because the magnitude of my work is not anything you've ever seen before. So I'm saying that you'd have to, I'm not saying you won't understand it, but I need to educate you more so you can get to the same page. Then we can carry on reading forward, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense when I say same page.
Brian, do you want to come back to that? And
yeah, briefly. I don't want to hog the whole event, but for me, it has. The reason why I started off saying that it has to start from us is because it's about attribution. If we continually apply external attribution to the way we're living our lives, in other words, any of the problems that I have are not my fault. It's down to the racism. It's down to the government.
Brian, I really have to cut you because I want to run to the toilet. Sorry, Brian, I really want to cut you on this, but I have to run to the toilet. I need you to catch me for a second, just for a second, not a back and forward. What I'm saying to you here is pretty basic. I'm saying to you that, bro, I know man whose their mums are crackheads. No one ain't teaching them nothing at home, bro. Their dad is on the street. Their dad is giving them crack to sell, bro. What I'm saying to you is, we need educators who are going to educate them at the same year 5. So if I'm talking to someone in year 5 and saying, I know your dad does this, you know your dad might be miseducating you. So he's got to unlearn everything he's learned and then start afresh and then start learning. I'm saying that's how we get on the same page. Do you follow what I'm saying there, Omar? And that's all I'm saying in terms of what we're trying to teach. So if we're trying to, in year 5 and everyone's parents, some people's got their kids watching Roots in UDOT's age group. My mum watched Roots. That's maybe not the best way to teach people about Black history. Maybe if you come together and have a collective conversation as the adults in terms of how we're going to educate our children, that's how you get on the same page. You get what I'm saying to you? You can't just expect the home to educate our children about these streets. Never going to happen. Because some of our parents are drug dealers. Some of our parents is prisoners to the streets. So we can't leave ownership on, and it's not as simple as the system's fault or it's the parents' fault. I'm not doing none of that. I'm not blaming the system or the parents. I'm saying, okay, solution-based. How do we fix what we've talked about today? Well, I'm giving you one option with 2 different scenarios. For the education, I love your point about we need education. Let's employ that in the schools from as early as year 5. And Black history, white history, all forms of history is important. They're all entangled anyway. So let's educate it all together. And in terms of trying to, what my job is, I'm here for, to wake up a nation of not just Black children, a nation of children about how the streets is a joke. If I can flip the concepts of them looking up to the streets and turn it upside down from a young age, then we'll be on the same page. And then when you get to a certain age, Brian, 16, it's like the Bible, the Quran, whatever you're given. If you go to prison because you were breaking the law after you've had 5-6 years of education about the streets, guess what? That's on you because you were given the information. It's like someone says, oh, if they die, whether you believe in God or not, you die today. Oh, God, I didn't know your word. Well, there was Bibles around. Oh, I couldn't read, I had dyslexia. Okay, you didn't do a course from year 5. If you're being educated from year 5 to you have no excuses, what I'm saying to you. I won't be defending young kids on the street about their life, their background, if I've been working for them from year 5 to year 11. You're not going to hear me turn around and say, well, it's not fair for them. You know better, you do better. You don't know better, or you have the chance to do better, shall I say, if you know better. If you don't know better, then you're definitely going to do wrong in the first place. And I just want to give these young children a try rather than seeing the whole world criminalize children across this country without giving them the opportunity to understand what they're trapped in.
before we go, we've got about 4 minutes left, and one of the things that I would love us to speak about, and maybe start with you, Shaka, is what do we do? We've been talking about how to deal with racism from the outside, but also what do we do in our communities? Because we've heard quite a lot today that our communities have aspects to it, or our community has aspects to it that is broken. Shaka, how would you respond to that? What can we do to address that?
I think the first thing we have to do, and as you rightly point out, Dan, is recognizing the different aspects to those communities and exactly where we fit in. And that's with our communities and to the previous point around the wider discussion around race and racism in England and globally. Now, so I'm in sport. I play football and or used to. So in addressing my community, I can speak to people who also play football and have those aspirations. Somebody might be in art and can speak to people within their community who relate to them on that level, and design projects for them, or a way to bring them into these conversations. So we have to be honest with ourselves in recognizing who we are, and what we bring to our communities, and addressing that, and stepping up, and taking responsibility for that. In the broader context, similarly, you have to have people speaking to young kids in the streets. You have to have people speaking to kids in schools or in colleges, and you have to have people speaking to CEOs about continued racial disparities. Now, that person probably isn't going to be the same one on all those different in all those different spheres. But we have to recognize that to make meaningful change, all those have to be addressed simultaneously, preferably. And we have to continue to hold companies to account, our communities to account, and ourselves to account. And I think that's the big takeaway from me here is as different as we all are, it has to take that same tapestry approach in designing solutions.
Brilliant. Lots of so much there that I'm getting excited about, because you're right. There, we all have something from our own perspective to contribute to build our community, and we really have got to take that responsibility. Dawn, we've got a minute left of this session. In this panel, you're probably the person with the most chance of changing policy. How would you respond to that in terms of what we do in our communities to address a lot of the challenges that we have?
I think, a minute's too short a time, but I think we could be honest but not distracted, and I think as everybody was said, so like as Shaka just said, we've all got different experiences, different roles to play. Robin was talking about us all, being on the same page. I understood what you meant, but Brian was then saying that we'll all have different books, and that's true because we've all got different life experiences, but we're all working towards the same goal. And Dorothy was talking about, how we sort of bring other people in and talk about the intersectionality of what it all means, and that's what it means. I mean, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King worked together from different areas and different angles, but one would not have been successful without the other, and people don't realize that they were working together. So it is, I think we end this on sort of almost in the words of John Lewis, where he says, we've all got our role to play in each and every generation, and we must all play our part if we want to see a just society that we seek. And we should never be afraid to get into trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble, if we're going to see the world that we want.
Just a final word. Thank you, Dawn. Absolutely brilliant words. A final word from we've got two questions from the audience. Okay, if you can bring the questions in. Dorothy and Brian, before we get those questions, Dorothy, what would you like to briefly say to that?
I think we've all had like a really interesting conversation, and I think it is the idea of like, what are we all going to be doing when we leave this conversation to help? So I obviously, president of a students' union, how am I going to take what I know and what I can do back to our students? So we're running a Black History campaign called Black History Matters, which aims at integrating that. During my year that I'm going to be president, I'm also working really hard on decolonizing the curriculum, because I know that those are things that I can do and that I have the power to do so. That's my own agency. I also know that I'm the first Black president of Newcastle University Students' Union, so I've created a space for Black students that want to come after me and want to be in this job, because I've been there and I've done it. And so like when I leave, I'm going to go and continue doing the work that I think is completely essential at Newcastle, all the work that I'm going to do over the next year. And then after that, I hopefully have carved a space that will allow other people to be there and keep them there and keep that conversation going. And in a few years' time, I want to look back at Newcastle University Students' Union and think, oh, I managed to do that, and hopefully that helped somebody else come after me, because I know that for me, while obviously my own internal motivations have got me to this place, that I'm not denying that, but I have seen other people and aspired and seen them in other places and thought, I can be there, and that's what's got me here, and that's what's hopefully going to get another person here. And hopefully when I leave Newcastle University Students' Union, I'm going to go and continue this EDI work that I love around decolonising the curriculum, and, you know, go back to what Robin says, maybe, you know, become a teacher, maybe become a lecturer, and keep doing that kind of essential work that aims at teaching people that look like me to like have these goals, have these aspirations, and just keep doing the amazing work that we all do.
Because, you know, every single person on this panel, in our own ways, we're trailblazers, and that's actually what you're talking about. You know, we've opened the door, or someone's opened the door for us to walk through, and then we've opened the door to, you know, for a few more doors to open for other people. And I think it's really important not to forget and not to be encouraged by where we are as well. So I'm very heartened by that. And you know, I know you, I feel so excited about your future. And on a very personal note, you've got a beautiful voice. I could listen to you all day. Brian,
thank you.
What would you like to contribute?
Just following on from what Dorothy said, really, I mean, as an educator, who is that we all need to be educators. We all need to recognize that we are students for life, from birth to death. So we all have an opportunity to learn, but we also have an opportunity to teach. And we need to carry that mantle with us at all times, at all ages. I have never, ever in my entire life sat in a classroom or a lecture theatre and been taught by someone that looks like me. So the fact that I am now in that position, every time I walk into a room, I carry that with me. I carry that responsibility of knowing that I have an opportunity to make people see us slightly differently. But I don't intend to carry that on my own. I look at people like Dorothy, I look at Shaka, I look at Robin, I look at Dawn, and I think in our own way, each and every one of us has an opportunity to educate and to learn at the same time. And that is the approach that we have to have. We have to be open to be better. And that comes from self-empowerment. We don't need to wait for the government or the powers that be to empower us. We have to find it for ourselves first. And we have to look to each other as community to say, look, I want to learn, I want to be better. So pull together and work towards that.
I could speak to you guys for so long. I'm really encouraged by everything you're saying. We've got two questions. One's from Karen Ambrose. Karen says, does the panel think that race is a social construct that is used to control a group of people for political means? Dorothy.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to things that, a lot of the things that we place on people as labels, they're all social constructs: race, gender, sexuality. These are all things that we've decided we need to have to categorize us. And so it's really important to understand that race was created because they needed something that gave them power and authority over a group of people, and they picked on the different complexions. And so I think it's really important to understand that besides race and all other categorizers, they're all social constructs, and it's all about how do we unbuild those social constructs? How do we how do we understand where they came from, and how do we actually recontextualize them and understand that we don't necessarily need them? I think it's really important to continue having these conversations, because, you know, we're now all having these really interesting conversations about what it means to be Black, what it means to be white, and actually what, like, no automatic like social hierarchy should come with those things. And so I think we really need to keep having those conversations. But I do also think it's really important to understand that race is important to understanding racism and understanding discrimination. And so we need to constantly have those two ideas and understand how they exist independently, but also how they exist together, because you can't have the conversation with racism without race as well. So those things.
And we certainly got Brian's answer there. Karen, I hope you saw Brian's answer. It was quite succinct. Yes, it is. We've got the ID project says, what one significant thing would you have done differently if you could live your life, Shaka?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure why you keep the people this one.
Did you hear what?
I said you would have been a striker instead of a goalkeeper.
Yeah. Listen, I still think I'm a striker, but
I was impressed.
That should seal. Listen, I'm not sure. I'm not sure in all seriousness how I'd answer that. And I've kind of learned, not to look back on decisions I've made with which regret. The mistakes I've made, I use as learning experiences, all part of what has brought me to this point. So yes, there's changes I could have made. I could have refused to put on a pair of gloves when my coach at 10 years old first said to me, you're the goalkeeper. I could have refused, but I'm not sure how things would have played out otherwise. So I've learned in my 50+ years to not regret some of those details. Just appreciate where I found myself.
Well, listen, I could listen to you guys all day. Your contribution has been incredibly valuable. I really hope that we not only continue this conversation, but that we keep this connection, and that together we keep, keep this relationship, so that we can help each other in our lanes to pursue the outcome that we really want.
Diane, can I just say one thing? I mean, I've got a dash, but I just want to say thank you to everybody for all the work that they do in their respective fields. And I also want to say to you, Diane, that you're in an industry that is tough, and you struggled for years to do what you do. And so I want to thank you too for what you do.
Thank you. Well, we're all in the same team, so it's really, thank you. That really means a lot. And I'm so, I feel privileged to be part of an amazing network. And I really, truly hope that we stay together, we stay in touch, and that we really work together to benefit the next generation and the generation after that, so they never have to have this conversation. So you're all brilliant. I'm sure that conversations are going to be buzzing through the airways. And Dawn, thank you. I know you've particularly got to dash off now. Everybody else, if you can stick around, we're going to have some musical sort of session now, and I think one of our hosts is Andre. So Andre, if you're there and if you want to now take the next stage, it's over to you. Thank you, folks. You've been absolutely amazing.
Oh, am I back? Are you wearing your mask? Are you being COVID safe? Are you keeping other people alive? I do hope so. Wasn't that an amazing and incredible opening session? I'm grateful to Diane Louise Jordan and Robin and Dawn Butler and Brian Bonaporte, who's actually the co-chair of Black Britain and Beyond, and Dorothy and Shaka, and especially Shaka, for getting up. He's US based, getting up so early in the morning to join us. Absolutely amazing panel that was inspiring and enlightening to me as an African American living here in the UK. there were lots of things that I have been stunned by just listening to the conversation. To Brian's point of never having taken a class by a Black lecturer or professor here was, I've actually caught my breath when he said that with reality, whereas when I was on my way to university in 1986, I had to have this amazing argument with my father because I wanted to major in Black studies because it was a program that had been designed with major Black scholars from throughout the United States. So very, very interesting how histories are and building out Black identity are so different. But we're learning today, and that's what this is all about. So I don't want to keep you with my rhetoric here, but I want to introduce our lunchtime session with Andre and Mbuzi, who are two students from the University of Reading. Andre is a part of the Amos Bursary and is reading architecture, and Banzi is the president of the Afro-Caribbean Society and is studying accounting and management. I'm going to send it over to you, Andre, for you all to take us into our lunch break.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Keith.
Hello, everyone. It's a genuine pleasure to be with you guys here today. My name's Andre.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zobanzi, and it's great to be here with everyone that's joined the live stream today. Thank you very much for being here. So, just quick, before we get into Andre, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling about today? How the day's gone so far?
I think today's been amazing so far. It's been amazing, honestly. You know, ranging from the opening of TAC, you know, that was very inspirational.
Yeah.
Very, very inspirational. And then, you know, going into Travis and Diane, you know, what they were talking about, the discussion that was had. You know, everyone else who joined, it was amazing, honestly.
Almost definitely. It was great hearing by so many different voices, so many influential people that we as young Black people can look up to and hopefully aspire to be one day, so we can also inspire the next generation.
Most definitely. Most definitely.
I really did thoroughly, as you mentioned, enjoy TAC's welcoming. Like, it really did wake me up. The charge really pushed me. Like, I enjoyed that thoroughly. But, you know, enough to talk about what's happening. We're here to talk about what's going to happen now into lunchtime and discuss about that.
So today we are the hosts for you guys for lunchtime. While you guys are filling your bellies, we are going to be here just navigating you through the amazing, talented, young, inspirational, young Black individuals that we have for you today, ranging from singers, spoken word artists, authors. Yeah, we have them all today, all lined up for you, all of them. All lined up for you. And the first person who we do have is, in fact, a singer who goes by the name of Nana.
Yes, Nana Osei Kofi is a second-year psychology undergraduate at the University of Warwick. Being originally from Ghana, he has a keen passion for the development and advancement of the African continent and the diaspora. He enjoys singing and playing piano, cooking, and playing basketball in his spare time. In the future, he hopes to build a school in his hometown and ensure that children have the access to free education. Nana's performance will be Read All About It Part 3 by Emily Sande, who is an amazing Black British artist. The song touches on the power of having the power to influence change, which I think is a very timely subject now. So, without further ado, the stage is now left for Nana.
To change a nation, but you're biting your tongue. You spent a lifetime stuck in silence, afraid you'll say something wrong. If no one ever hears it, how we gonna learn your song? So come on, come on, come on, come on. You've got a heart as loud as a lion, so I'll let your voice be tamed. Maybe we're a little different, there's no need to be ashamed. You've got light to fight the shadows and stop hiding it away. Come on, come on, come on. I wanna sing, I away the blues, making sure that we remember it, cause we all matter too. If the truth has been forbidden, then we're breaking all the rules. So come on, come on, come on, come on, let's get the TV and the radio to play our tune again. It's about time we got some airplay of our version of events. There's no need to be afraid, I'll sing with you, my friend. Come on, come on, come on. I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words fly out. So put it in all of the papers, I'm not afraid. You can read all about it, read all about it. Oh, 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 oh. Yeah, we're a wonderful, wonderful people. So when did we all get so fearful? Now we're finally finding our voices. So take a chance, come help me sing this. And we're a wonderful, wonderful people. So when did we all get so fearful? We're finally finding our voices. Just take a chance, come help me sing this. I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words fly out. So put it in all of the papers, I'm not afraid. You can read all about it, read all about it. Oh, 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 I wanna sing, I wanna shout, I wanna scream till the words dry out. So put it in all of the papers, I'm not afraid. You can read all about it, read all about it. Oh.
Wow. Wow.
That was amazing.
Wow.
Talk about talent,
Wow.
yeah.
Talent, no talent.
Man like Nano.
That's talented.
Man like Nano.
That song, that song,
talented.
Nah, serious. Like, we need people like that singing this on bigger platforms. You know what I mean? Diamond in the rough, you got right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Diamond
most
in the rough.
definitely.
And you see what you're doing as well. Very
most
smooth, you know. So black turtleneck, you know.
Very smooth.
You ain't.
I think Nana gets it from me, you know. I think he gets it from me, most definitely.
That's what it is, bro. That's why it is being black and Britain. You know, everyone's just trying to take your style a little bit, isn't it? You know what I mean? But it's not taking it; she's just sharing it around. You know what I mean?
Most definitely, bro. But we have another singer coming up for you guys. Another powerful, amazing singer coming up for you guys. She goes by the name of Anatoria. Anatoria is a young Zimbabwean follower of Jesus who has a goal to transform nations by acknowledging who Christ is through the influence of music. From a young age, music has always been what carried her through different experiences and has helped her meet new people. She has always envisioned herself doing music as a career, and each opportunity granted to her that helps her boost that vision, she goes for it. Her performance today is called That Love, a song which she has written, and what she has to say about this song is that I wrote this song based on a kind of love no being can offer. It is a love that Jesus shows and continues to show me despite how much I don't deserve it, despite the fact I didn't earn it. It's still transferred to me. So Anatoria, take it away.
Hello guys, my name is Anatoria. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy, well not here, but I'm happy to be a part of this. The song I'm going to be singing is a single I released this year. It's called That Love. It just talks about the love that God, Jesus Christ himself shows me. No man could ever. So I'm really excited for you guys to hear it. So I hope you guys enjoy. Enjoy, man. Enjoy. Yeah. Oh, love. Never known a love like this, but foul letters that can make me feel so whole. And I never had to lift a finger. This love, I don't deserve it either. Notice his love left the life bleeding, dying on a cross. Found me so I never can be lost. It's nothing I earned. No, I didn't work for it. You know I didn't work for it. I'm talking about L-O-V-E. That's the type of love he shows me. And I know it's G-O-D. Yeah, G-O-D. He's the G-O-D. That's the G-O-D. I know you're seeing me shining with that glory glow. You admire the nails on my hands, but he had nails in his hands, oh holes in his hands, oh holy is the lamb, and I ain't talking about no roast dinner. JC loves me and I was born a sinner. Laid down his life so I could pick up my life. Took me from where I was, elevated me, and now I'm up, but I ain't on my own. Never known a love like this before. It's nothing I earned. No, I didn't work for it. You know I didn't work for it. Yeah, I'm talking about L-O-V-E. That's the type of love he shows me. And I know it's G-O-D. Yeah, G-O-D. He's the G-O-D. That's the G-O-D. I know his love is so different. I don't understand it. It goes beyond all understanding. That love, ooh, whoa, so sweet. L-O-V-E. That's the type of love he shows me, yeah. And I know it's him. Hands on the beat.
That was amazing.
Wow. Did you hear the rain? Did you hear the rain?
Did it?
That's what come on.
Nah, that was a beautiful song, man.
Are you guys at home hearing this? If you like that, drop a L-O-V-E in the chat, in the comment section.
Drop it right there.
If you're rocking with the song. Because I thoroughly enjoyed that song, you know what I mean? And if you want to
both of them so far have been amazing. Both of them so far have been amazing.
Been amazing. And Spotify to be streamed.
Yeah, stream on Spotify.
Definitely. That Love by Anatoria.
Yeah. Bro, do you know she was on The Voice as well?
The Voice?
Yeah, she's on The Voice UK.
Seriously?
Yeah, man.
Oh, man, I didn't know this.
I definitely would have turned around for her, man. Definitely.
I have to start watching The Voice more because if this is the time they're producing, I need to get on this. I need to start watching this a lot more. Because if people are singing like this, then I need to invest more time. I would have definitely, like you said, I would have turned around. I would have hit that buzzer straight away.
Now the quality today is definitely
and the message
amazing.
as well. And the message
Definitely
as well.
Message. Yeah,
inspiring
man.
Message.
inspiring. But yeah, definitely. Talking about inspiring, we have a short promotional video coming up for you guys by inspiring tomorrow's leaders. So while you're eating or relaxing, whatever you're doing, enjoy this short promotional video. Yes, so
yeah,
enjoy.
And yeah, this way on the video will be putting up very soon. But in case you don't know about Inspiring Future Leaders Tomorrow, it's a program meant for young Black females to help them, and they get talks from various different women, Black females themselves, to help uplift the next generation. So whilst we're waiting for that video to wait, we're gonna wait until the video comes. In the meantime, just relax, just kick your feet up, and then be ready.
I would recommend working with Inspiring Tomorrow's Leaders to other students simply because it's an amazing opportunity that you wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. For example, I wanted to do the Invest in Young Glorious program a couple years ago, but I didn't have the money to do so. But with Inspiring Tomorrow's Leaders, the fees were waived for me. So I was able to take this chance and to network with lawyers and to have an opportunity that some of my peers hadn't even known about. So yeah, I would recommend it for others.
That looks incredibly inspiring, you know? Incredibly
It
inspiring.
really is. I find it's great that we have such programs and initiatives that are set up for young Black people, especially like people our age and younger, to uplift
Definitely.
to
We
next
do
stage.
need a lot more programs like this, a lot more programs.
Almost definitely. And it needs to be, because I know for at least me growing up, I didn't know about programs like this in my area. So it needs to be pushed out further to other areas, not just only central cities like London, Berlin, and all those, but also in the outskirts as well. So people have a sense of belonging and knowing what they can achieve and who they want to be in the future.
Yeah, it's also about sort of balancing the playing field, you know. From our sort of background, we won't really be taught by our parents or grandparents, you know, how to dine like a diplomat or, you know, network, which are really vital and key skills in the country and the culture which we live in at the moment. So, yeah, talking about talented, inspirational individuals, we have coming up a young man by the name of Ayo.
Oh yes, most definitely. Ayo Olabode. He is a second-year economics student at Warwick University. Outside his academia, he delves into creative expression through spoken word, music production, and photography, having recently filmed a piece with Unspoken, which is a startup providing visuals for spoken word artists. Ayo has interest to work in the creative industry or in sustainable development. His other hobbies consist of basketball and fashion. Now, in regards to performance, his performance is a reaction to the Black Lives Matter movement and recent injustices to Black people, which is a very topical subject right now in the time that we live in. So, without further ado, the stage is now set for Ayo's performance.
Every time I see that image, 1, 2, 3, breathe in, 4, 5, 6. But I can't breathe out that sigh of relief because society's choking me. 7, 8, 9, sometimes physically. But I reference the hold that can't be captured on a camera phone because they hurt me mentally. Taught to love these lands and for what it stands for, till I'm well versed in your ways, but to the history of my people, I'm made illiterate and poor. Taught to fear my own nature. Is my blackness too threatening? Is it too raw? All this, and you almost forget we were in lockdown. But the lockdown didn't start in 2020. No. The lockdown of my freedom to determine my character started from when melanin touched my skin. I guess I'm just tired of saying sorry, because I'm not allowed to be me. Policed on the street and policing what you see of me. Policing my hair so you don't ask questions. Policing my language so you don't question me. And policing my reaction so you don't question my plea. You question the appropriateness of not only my culture, my style, but my very being, till I question myself, made to feel as if black was a dirty word, to mean less than and needy. Attempts to separate myself from what black is, separate from something that is me, makes up my very being, till I'm only a shell of who I'm meant to be. All to suit their mold of what's a suitable candidate, not realizing I'll lose my detail and become a blank white screen, hollow and without meaning.
Damn.
Boy.
Yo. That's serious stuff.
You know.
No, we don't cut. We click here.
Oh yeah, we click, man. We click. I forgot about that, man. We click.
Yeah, man. No, it was nice and concise. You know what I mean? You really got to, like, you understood his message and what he was trying to say and what he was trying to portray. And
really slick with it. You know what I mean? Very slick with it. Very smooth.
Most definitely. And I feel like it's very topical with what's going on right now.
Yeah, it is.
With everything going on back home in Africa with the current ending SARS movement.
Yeah, with that, it's not to discredit the Black Lives Matter, but we really should try and incorporate what other Black people are going on, are enduring throughout the world. Black BLM mainly focuses on the injustices focused in America and maybe Europe, but with everything going on in Africa right now, with NSARS and so many other things. I mean, NSARS, it gets publicity, but for me, not enough. But everything else, hardly anyone knows about what's going on, and it's very disheartening because this is what Black people are doing to themselves, what they're doing to us, what our own countries are doing to us, and it's very disheartening to be dehumanized in such a way.
It is like there's so much going on, from the increase in gender-based violences in Namibia and South Africa to the child trafficking that's happening in Ivory Coast and Ghana. What I've read upon is that apparently they take the children from Burkina Faso and Mali and take them to work in cocoa farms in either Ivory Coast and Ghana, which is taking children away from their families, their homes, and education, just to work for something that won't build them up further on in life. You know what I mean? And that's not only what's happening. You also have the increase in rapes in Liberia as well. Apparently there was a reported over 1,000 cases of rapes that were reported over the course of 10 months during a pandemic. There's still a pandemic going on, and yet our people are still being put through these trying times, and it's just not healthy. You know what I'm saying?
It's just disheartening, bro, honestly. But you know what really keeps me going is the fact that despite everything that Black people go through, through everyday institutional racism, whether it's blatant or whether it's discrete racism, those things that we face every day, as well as all the hardships which we face in our countries of origin, and the fact that we're still able to thrive, we're still able to dance, sing, we're still able to overcome so many obstacles to get to the next level. The fact we're still able to do that, it really gives me hope, really makes me proud to be Black, makes you really proud that we have a future, and you know, we also do have a powerful past, but we also have a bright future. You know, everything based on a positive note right now. We want to lead into a segment which will uplift us also. Yeah, this is another singer who goes by the name of Nashe. Nashe, also known as Vimbai Makaza, is a 20-year-old singer and performer with a background in hospitality management and events. Nashe has worked in Michelin-star restaurants and hotels. She's interested in the intersection between hospitality and entertainment industries. Her ambition is to perform at large festivals also. So without further ado, Nashe, take us away.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun. Weight on my shoulders, a bullet in my gun. Oh, I got eyes at the back of my head, just in case I have to run. I do what I can when I can, while I can for my people. While the clouds roll back and the stars fill the night, that's when I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? Gonna keep on keeping on. I can feel it in my bones. Early in the morning, before the sun begins to shine, gonna start moving, ooh, toward the separating line. I'm wading through muddy waters. You know I got a made up mind, and I don't mind if I lose any blood on the way to salvation. And I'll fight with the strength that I got until I die. So I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? I'm gonna keep on keeping on. And I know what's around the bend might be hard to find 'cause I'm alone, and I just might fail, but Lord knows I'll try. Shining stars in the sky. Stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? I'm gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. Can you hear freedom calling, calling me to answer? I'm gonna keep on keeping on. I'm gonna stand up, take my people with me. Together we are going to a brand new home, far across the river. be better place for you. I go to be better place for you. I go to be better place for you. I go to be better place for you.
Wow.
Yeah, do you hear that? I was clapping and singing along, you know.
Yo, that one there.
No, man, that
It.
was still.
Now we talk. Now that's some serious thing. When she took that high note from, I was like, yo, oh, it's serious, you know. I'm not gonna lie. Like, yo, her voice. You know, it is, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. I used to be able to sing, innit? I used to sing a bit tenor.
Don't lie about that. No.
I used to sing tenor.
Yeah, you can't sing.
But I was trying to cross over to soprano with my vocal cords. What had happened is that I went too high and I couldn't go back low.
So you know, you sound like one of them footballers. Like, I got injured. You know, I can't. Like, I would have went pro, but I got injured. That's what you sound like right now.
I'm being serious. But that's besides the point. That was an amazing voice. Great voice.
Definitely.
I was talking about voices that elevate and propel young black voices.
Yeah.
We're talking about Amos Bursary, Andre. You know,
talking about talent and young black voices. We are going to show you guys a promotional video for the Amos Bursary. If you don't know what it is yet, the video will show you, and I'll do some more explaining afterwards if you want a more personal view. So here is the video for you.
So after being given so many opportunities, like interning in New York, meeting some of the most powerful people in the world, it only felt right to me to make sure that we kept the ladder down and that students that were coming behind me could also have the same opportunities and even better. And not just them, but the wider community. So right now, I'm the chair of the AB 1 Million campaign, and I really want the organization to be, as I said before, financially sustainable and celebrate all the successes that we've had so we can normalize success and really create those examples that we need in the community.
I've been helping the bursary grow with helping with the social media aspect. So that's really trying to get our stories out there. Because I think we have some phenomenal stories in the Amos Bursary. So if I take, for example, Georgia Maffedon and the stuff he did with Rolls Royce. If I take, for example, Isaiah and the stuff he's done self-raising money to go to Harvard University. And for example, Ivan going off to do an internship with DeepMind and also getting them to pay for his master's degree. These are the kind of things I don't think a lot of people in our community hear about, and I think it'll be very impactful using social media where we know a lot of young people are on to really develop and drive that message. So I think that's my contribution to the Amos Bursary and helping grow the bursary in terms of awareness and getting more people to apply.
I'm actively speaking to those who I've met both in the UK and the US, founders of different companies, very influential people about the impact that Amos Bursary has had on my life, so that they too may be interested in supporting us in some capacity.
I mentor some of the boys. I'm also the cohort lead for the 2018 cohort. I organise conferences and I am essentially like point of contact for the King's College relationship. And I also lead on the university partnership for the campaign for raising £1 million. So those are a number of ways that I sort of help the bursary.
Being in the Amos Bursary gives us access to a bunch of resources, and in the short 10 years that the Amos Bursary has existed, we've been able to produce students who have set up their own consulting organizations, pursued medicine, and then decided to get a scholarship from Google DeepMind and study data science on the side, found their own startups, study abroad, raise money to study abroad. So I think in the very short time that the Amos Bursary has existed, we've been able to do a lot with limited resources.
And for me, more so in this position now sitting on the board, is how do we push the Amos Bursary to the next level? How do we build relationships with corporates? How do we build relationships with universities, other charitable organisations? And how do we take the Amos Bursary to the next level? So that's what I see my job as an ABNA alumni and somebody also working within their own career to really push and propel.
Know that if you're donating, you're not only supporting us, but you're also supporting our entire generation and the generations to follow.
Wow,
That's Amos.
That's Amos.
If I could, being part of the 2018 cohort as for the Amos bursary, if I could state all the things, all the advantages that we get from being part of Amos bursary, I wouldn't have enough time. But just to summarize, what it's done for me is that it has given me new opportunities that I thought I couldn't really access or tap into before. Having a mentor, an amazing mentor named Stephanie Edwards. I know she wouldn't want me naming her, but I'm going to. A peer mentor, Jesse. Having people who can direct you, as well as having a brotherhood that can direct you. Being able to be taught how to network, powerful tool in life, powerful tool. Having many workshops, public speaking, dining like a diplomat. There's so many others, so many, I just can't even name right now. Internships, ranging from Unilever or, other big companies like that, or going abroad to New York. Other boys have gone to Nigeria and other countries for the internships. And these are kind of opportunities that Amos Bursary offers you. And for me, it is a very powerful and important charity, organization, brotherhood, whatever you want to call it. It is here to stay, here to grow, here to prosper. And there are so many people to thank for it as well, but yeah, not enough time. Because you have to move on, don't we?
Yeah, moving on. We're gonna move on straight into our next. I wouldn't say next next talk, our next speaker.
Yeah.
Malone Mukwende.
Yeah.
You may know for the Mind the Gap book, and let us not talk too much about it. Let's hear from Malone himself. How about
Let's hear from him, yeah.
Hi, my name is Malone Mukwende. I'm a third-year medical student currently studying in London. I'm extremely honored to be able to talk to you guys here today. It's a shame that this event wasn't held in person because of COVID. However, we've had to make do, and this is the best that we can do. I've been asked to speak on a few things about what it's like being Black in Britain and some of the stuff that I'm doing at the moment. But I think the perfect way to almost paint a picture and illustrate what it's like to be Black in Britain is to talk about some of my own personal experiences and how those personal experiences led me to doing some of the work that I'm doing today. So growing up, I went to secondary school and sixth form and primary school. And in my secondary school career, I was going to some of the top schools in my area and in my city at the time. And one thing that I would commonly notice whilst at these schools is the fact that there wasn't many people that looked like me at these schools. I went to a whole host of different schools, and only at one school were there quite a huge population of people who look like me. Unfortunately, at all my other schools that I attended, I was usually like one of 3 or one of 4 or one of 5 Black boys specifically in the classroom. And of course, at the time, this didn't really seem like it was a problem to me. I used to just keep going. However, as I kind of got older, one thing I started to realize is that I didn't know where to turn to when it came to looking for role models. I didn't know who can I look up to, simply because in this space, there wasn't anybody who looked like me. And I remember one experience when I was in about year 9 or year 10, when the head boy at my school was then a Black boy. And I think that's when it started to become apparent to me that sometimes just having a presence and sometimes having someone who looks like you in the same space that you're occupying can sometimes be the motivation that you need to keep going. I ended up making it to university and ended up making it to medical school as a result. And even when I got to medical school, I was still one of 4 Black boys on my course. And this is a course which is filled up by about 200, 300 people. And yet again, we're having the problem of where do we look for role models, because people who look like me, people who I can almost relate to, are just not found in this space. And that's not to say that you cannot have a role model that doesn't look like you, but there's almost a beauty in having a role model that looks like you, in the sense that you can almost visualize yourself in them, and that's almost a priceless feeling that you can't get anywhere else. So from this state of having no role models, I often found myself having to figure out a lot of things by myself, often working and thinking on my feet a lot of the time, which at times it can be great because this allows you to grow, this allows you to understand new things. However, other times when you just need help, it ends up becoming almost an enemy of progress. So being one of 4 black boys on my course means that a lot of the time I cannot relate to a lot of the things that are going on. I do not understand the culture of how some of the things at my university and medical school are. However, as doom and gloomy as this might sound, there's also some advantages, and this is where there is a beauty in being black in Britain in 2020. And some of those advantages have enabled me to embark on a journey that I'm currently on at the moment. So one of those advantages is you often see things through a different lens simply because of your life experiences, where you've come from, and everything that you've seen in your life. It's not going to be like your peers simply because we came from 2 separate places. So whilst at medical school, one of the things that this helped me to identify is the fact that we are not taught a lot of things about how signs and symptoms present on darker skin. And I often think that if I was from a very similar background to everybody else, I may not have been able to see this because I'm looking at life through the same lens that everybody else is looking at it. So as a result of noticing this problem, I decided to embark on a journey where I would give and provide the answers to this problem because I could not find them anywhere else. I decided to create a handbook which is entitled Mind the Gap, a clinical handbook of signs and symptoms in black and brown skin. And essentially, this is a handbook which aims to educate people about how signs and symptoms can present differently on darker skin. A lot of the times at medical school, the reference images that we use are often on white skin. And of course, this is helping a lot of people. However, we are almost excluding a large group of the population by not teaching how other signs and symptoms present on different skin tones. Because you and I can both appreciate that a bruise on a white person and a bruise on an Asian person and a bruise on a black person is not always going to present the same way. And it's important that we as the doctors of tomorrow and the healthcare of tomorrow are proficient and are able to identify those signs and symptoms early before they potentially turn into life-threatening complications. So since the release of Mind the Gap in August 2020, Mind the Gap has been read over 50,000 times. The work has started to reshape the way medical education is currently being taught in the UK. And I am now aware that it's being used by the London Ambulance Service up and down London. So all the patient population in London is able to use Mind the Gap, and clinicians can use this while treating those patients. I think also another thing that has been so amazing from the journey of Mind the Gap is the fact that Mind the Gap is now being used by the US Navy. It's available to read from the US Navy Medical Library, which is so cool and so interesting. And that takes me back to the point of being black in Britain in 2020. I know that being black in Britain in 2020 can often have a lot of challenges. It can often be hard and you can often be misunderstood. But I think sometimes there's beauty in being misunderstood because you can see everything else through a different lens, as I mentioned earlier. And I think being misunderstood is not always a bad thing. I think sometimes the beauty of being misunderstood is that if you can get people to understand you, you can almost highlight and make apparent a lot of problems which currently exist. I think the beauty of the work that I've been doing is when I started my journey, a lot of people didn't want to give me the time of day. However, now that I've kind of got people to understand why there is a need for the work, it is clear as day that a lot of other problems are becoming unpackaged, and we're sitting down and having these discussions, implementing strategies, implementing action as a result of coming from a place of being misunderstood. So being black in 2020, I would just like to empower everybody who's watching and everybody who may be thinking of embarking on a journey as such, but feels like that they're misunderstood because of the color of their skin sometimes. I think you need to almost use the color of your skin and own it and look at it as a superpower.
It's a powerful tool, you know.
Really, man, to use it as a superpower, I've never thought of it like that, you know.
It's a powerful tool.
And
Like,
so
honestly, like we are disadvantaged. We are more likely to be affected, become more ill, or in fact, some situations just die. Not even in many situations die because they don't know how to look after us or how to care for us. So that is not only a powerful but life-saving tool.
Almost definitely, and to think that in such a short time the reach like where it's been used is crazy. The U.S. Navy already.
I know, man.
It's spread it's great. They say great things spread fast. Like it's great. Like it's great to see and great to hear, especially from him.
Yeah, but during this lunchtime session, I wonder what everyone's eating.
Oh,
I wonder what everyone's eating.
Yes. What you made? What did you make yourself?
I didn't do anything too special. I just did a bit of jollof rice, and then a bit of stewed chicken, a bit of fried dumpling,
Since when? Since when did you make jollof, and why are you mixing jollof and fried dumpling?
You see, I always knew how to make jollof. Firstly, always, Ask any of my friends. I'm the best jollof here, but but because of my Vincentian Sierra Leonean roots, isn't it?
So you think it's
put it together? I like to put it together, like get the best of both worlds. You know what I mean? Why not? Some people don't like that. Yeah, some people don't like the mixing. Yeah, but if you can get the best of both worlds, why not? Yeah, why not? Yeah, they both taste amazing.
Hey, personally, I've heard enough. Introduce the next act.
We have the last act for you guys today. Unfortunately, today has been amazing. But let's finish it off with. No, not today. Lunchtime session has been amazing. But let's finish it off with an amazing artist who goes by the name of D. Lee Dubé. D. Lee Dubé made history by becoming the first British winner and recipient of the Sarah Vaughan International Jazz Vocal Competition SASI Awards in New Jersey, USA, and is one of the most gifted vocalists to have emerged from the London scene in many years. Embodying a stellar African musical lineage, the eclectic taste of a London upbringing, and deep love and respect for the jazz tradition, D. Lee possesses what Jazz Times called a warm tone, genuine blues feeling, and easy rhythmic authority. Also, Jazz in Reading Review in February 2019 said Miss Dubé, the first British recipient of the Sarah Vaughan International Jazz Vocal Award, has a voice of purest gold. A regular performer at the legendary venue Ronnie Scott's with the saxophonist Diello, recent highlights of the 2017-2018 include a mini tour of North America and a successful debut performance at the Montreal Jazz Festival in Quebec, Canada. This followed with a stellar performance at the Teatro Auditorio Rebellin in Quetta, which was met with rave reviews by the Spanish press. In 2018, D. Lee also performed as part of the Royal Albert Hall's 150th anniversary series in celebrating women and the hall. Her performance today is before we get to the performance, we would like to acknowledge the virtual Brecon Jazz Festival 2020 and partners, Vialma Online and Ratio Media. And D. Lee's piece today was recorded for the virtual Brecon Jazz Festival 2020. She's also part of the D. Lee Dubé and Juan Gallardo trio. And the name of the piece today is Cherokee, which is a jazz standard written by Ray Noble and published in 1938. D. Lee Dubé, do your thing.
This number is a standard from the great British composer, Ray Noble. Now, this particular arrangement was put together by Juan Gallardo. Brave Indian warrior, since first I met you, I
Cherokee sweetheart, child of the prairie, your love keeps calling my heart and following my Cherokee. Dreams of summertime, lover time gone by. From my memory, so tenderly inside my brave Indian warrior. Someday I'll hold you in my arms, hold you, my Cherokee. Someday I'll hold you in my arms. I'll hold you, my Cherokee.
Wow. Wow.
Yo, did you hear those notes?
Yo, what a way.
Bro.
What a way to close the lunch session. What a way.
That made me realize I don't listen to enough jazz, you know. I only have like 4 jazz.
You know, I don't even listen to jazz too tough, I'm not gonna lie. May have to give it. I was vibing.
You know he's vibing up.
Yeah, I was like, Hey yo.
But
Andre,
yeah.
It's like it's lunchtime. Lunchtime is over.
Lunchtime's over.
It's come to a
Yeah.
conclusion. We like to first and foremost, before we get into our socials will be in the comment section. If you want us to host any of your future events, Andre
Speak for yourself.
will be there. Yeah, it's been great having you guys as an audience. It's a shame we couldn't really interact too much, but you know,
genuine pleasure. Genuine pleasure.
Great acts, great performances, great
genuine
work.
pleasure. But now it's time to enter the afternoon session. We hope you guys stay awake with your full bellies. Yeah, so now it's time to transition to the afternoon session, which will be introduced by Tech. So thank you very much, guys. Hope you have a great afternoon. It's bye from me.
And that's bye from me as well.
Thanks.
Hi guys, welcome back to our Q&A session. I think we can all say that lunchtime was amazing. So much talent, had so much fun. Thank you, Zoe and Andre, for hosting us. So right now we are gonna dive straight back into part 2 of our being and belonging conversation that we were having before, with our new panelists. So joining us today on our panel will be Kwame Kwe, Ama, Colleen Amos, Des Ame, Neo Tapala. So those are going to be our 4 panelists today. And yeah, sit back, relax, enjoy, listen to what they have to say, engage. And yeah, this should be a great part 2 of our Q&A. Thank you. To say, engage, and yeah, this should be a great part 2 of our Q&A. Thank you.
Welcome back.
And yeah, this should be a great part 2 of our Q&A. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm having a little feedback. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay. Welcome back. There's still something going on. Sorry, we're getting to it. One moment. Sorry about that. It looks like we're back now. What an amazing lunchtime talent. Our 2 great guys who led this have been a part of our team. Sorry about that. It looks like we're back now. What an amazing lunchtime talent. Our 2 great guys who led this have been a part of our team. Sorry about that. It looks like we're back. Lunchtime talent. Where's my our 2 great guys who led this have been a part of our team. Sorry about that. It looks like we're back. Lunchtime talent. Are we back now? Okay, so again, my apologies. I don't manage technology.
Are we back now?
I keep hearing feedback, so I hope it's working for you. I'd like to again welcome you back and introduce Joseph Harker, who's the Deputy Opinion Editor at The Guardian. He is chairing our afternoon session. It is a delight.
I'd like to again welcome you back
to join us. Over to Joseph.
Joseph Harker, who's the Deputy.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's session. Thanks very much for the introduction, Keith. I'm hoping you can hear me okay without any feedback. Please, someone let me know if there is a problem, but let's press ahead because I'm really looking forward to this afternoon's session. We've got a great panel. We've got Kwame Kweyama, who almost needs no introduction. He's an actor, playwright, and director at the Young Vic Theatre in London. Colleen Amos, she's the co-founder of the Amos Bursary, which helps lots of young people get work placements and job in business and industry. Nia Tap, who is the Research Fellow at the Nuffield Department of Population Health at the University of Oxford, and then Amy, who's a wealth creation strategist. And what we're hoping to do today is continue the discussion that we had this morning, but looking at the idea of, continuing being and belonging into a sense of when do we think there will be Black equality in Britain. But first, I'm just going to ask each of them, what do they understand? How do they feel about their own sense of belonging here in Britain? If I can start first with you. Could you?
I don't know, Joe, if it's just me, but I couldn't actually hear. Can't hear you, Joe. You're cutting out.
Hi, Kwame, could I ask you to just step in while we wait for Joe to come in?
Absolutely. I've never had a demand quite like that before without any, but I think I heard what Joe said. And I think Joe was asking, what is our sense of belonging? So, Colleen, you contribute in particular through your bursary to making Britain's tomorrow look and feel so much better. Oh, here he comes, so I don't need to continue. Is he frozen? But why don't we just continue on anyway? Colleen, why don't you answer that question? And let me frame it this way. What was the moment that you were comfortable calling yourself Black British? I think you're on mute, ma'am. You're on mute.
I really know how to.
Are you there now? Do you know, while that's happening, it's going well. Who else? Who wants to? Oh, we can hear you now, Colleen.
Can you hear me now?
Off you go.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I came to England in the 60s, so part of the Windrush generation. And I think from the moment that I started school, I realized that I was Black, or at least I knew that I was different. I think the defining moment for me where I actually associated with being Black and being British, because I think I need to be really clear that I am extremely proud of my Guyanese roots. And it's something that will always be integral to me. But I think that when I realized that I was Black and I was British was actually when I went to live in Zimbabwe. I was out there for 10 years. And when I returned, I realized that it was where I wanted to be. And if this was the place that I wanted to be, then I had to recognize that this was home. And I also think that being out of the country actually focuses you and makes you think about who you are and what your identity is and all of those things. So I would say that it was, yes, when I actually returned from Zimbabwe.
Great. Des, let me go to you. How do you self-define?
That's an interesting one. I grew up in a predominantly white town just outside the East End of London. So my experience was completely different to those of my cousins and my friends that grew up in typical kind of more Black communities like Hackney, Croydon and Brixton. Where we grew up, I only recall maybe 3 Black families. So being Black is very stark and it's very apparent. You know, we're regularly insulted and being told to go back home all the time, consistently. So it was made very clear to us that we were not British and that this was not our home. And again, our experience is completely different to those who kind of grew up in predominantly.
So did you make the transition, or have you made the transition to calling yourself Black British, or at least in some context? How would you respond to that?
Yeah, it's difficult because I spent a large proportion of my life finding it very difficult to identify as British or even English. It even feels strange saying those words. I always felt in the States, as much as racism is high, everyone kind of falls under the American banner, the American flag. They sing the national anthem with pride. There's absolutely no confusion. But for me, growing up, it was very much a case of to be British, you had to be white. It's so.
And do you still feel that way? And I'm sorry to push you, brother.
No,
do you still feel that way? And you can say no. You can say I don't feel Black and I feel blah blah blah. But how would you define? How do you define yourself? To yourself,
I really define myself as being British is when I'm holding my British passport. I think what I'm trying to get at is it's so ingrained in me now that it's hard to shake. It's hard to shake that.
All right. I dig it. Thank you. Our final panelist. I think you know the question.
I do know the question. So I think it's a very good question, and it's great to challenge all of us with that question. I would define myself as Black, as African, and not British because I've been here for 3 years, but a mother raising children who might in some way identify as British. Mm-hmm. And I think the way I have come or approached this question is really by asking myself what it means to me to be Black and African and living in the UK today. And so I moved in 2018 to the UK, to Oxford, coming from Botswana. I packed up my life, my bags and family. And it was really for job opportunities that we came here, but it was also to provide exposure to our children to another part of the world, which is important to me.
Amen.
So it's relatively new, and I'm still sort of figuring out the lay of the land and understanding what this existence means right now. And it's new as a mother, having to navigate this and translate this to my children. But that said, I do have connections and recognize that I've had relevant experience to this for many years. So I grew up in Botswana, which was a former British colony or protectorate. And it's also in Southern Africa. So it was next door to apartheid South Africa. It was next door to Mugabe, Zimbabwe, where Colleen has had experience with. And that proximity to institutionalized racism is an exposure that I think is different from my brothers and sisters, say, in West Africa would have been exposed to. And it influenced my upbringing and how I perceived myself in the world. I also came of age in the US. So I spent 13 years in the US training in college as well as in medical school. And it was at a time they were my formative years. And it was at a time that I got thrust into the identity of being Black, whether I identified as that or not. The world saw me as that. But also you had the same frustrating, gut-wrenching, infuriating experiences that are still happening today. And I would say that the George Floyd of my time was Amadou Diallo. Many people probably recognize that name. So 1999, Ghanaian immigrant shot by 4 police officers outside his home, 19 bullets. And that experience and many others during formative years in the US helped me identify and recognize that there is a collective experience of Black people across countries, across history, that puts us at a disadvantage. And it influenced who I see myself as, but also the work that I do in research and medicine.
Tremendous. Joseph seems to be back, and so I shall jump back to our host.
Hi, Kwame. Thanks for taking over. And I understand you've all introduced yourselves now. Am I right?
Yeah.
Kwame hasn't. He hasn't answered the question.
Yeah, his own question.
I did that deliberately, yeah. But I will. Yeah, go ahead, Khalid.
So Kwame, for my benefit, repeat the question that you asked yourself.
Yeah. The question was, do you self-identify? How do you self-identify? And at what point did you allow yourself to call yourself Black British?
Right.
And the answer to me was much like Des, actually much like everybody. The country rejected us, and so therefore we, you held refuge in the Caribbean island that my parents came from, Grenada, and later on our African roots, but most importantly the political framework called Black. And then I think, if I'm to be really honest, it was about my generation's George Floyd. It was Stephen Lawrence, and I think that once Stephen Lawrence's parents, and Doreen in particular, challenged Great Britain to admit that it was institutionally racist, and that the country had to accept that if I wanted to be part of the solution, I had to make sure that Black Britain was being clearly identified. And so I think it was really post Stephen Lawrence, post 1997, it was probably around 2002 that I struggled with it. And the final thing I'll say with it is that because the Americans had moved to African Americans, and we found it difficult here to go to African British because that would have ignored our sojourn in the Caribbean, I felt it was important to find a moniker that led with my cultural identity. And so being Black and then British, I felt comfortable doing.
Thanks very much, Kwame. Can I ask you first, Des, sorry, do you think that things are getting better or worse?
I think that things have progressed, and although not at the rate that we would like it at, we have to accept that there has been improvements. And if we think about where we've come from, we have made strides. But the problem that we have is that we've moved from things being very overt, from back when I grew up in the 80s and the 90s. Things were very overt in terms of name calling. You could openly be abused in the streets. You'd go to a sports venue and racism was rife. So in terms of the overt racism, I think that has taken a huge leap in the right direction. But what's happened is now things have become more covert, and some would argue even more dangerous because it's the stuff that we can't see. I've had a long career in education as a secondary school teacher and an assistant head teacher, and in entrepreneurship and in business. And I think that's the shift now. We could see it before. We could hang our coat on it and we could call it out. Now a lot of the racism is intrinsic and it's hidden. And I think that's it's like an invisible war. We're fighting something that we don't always see. And I think that's the shift that's occurred.
And Colin, I'd like to ask you the same, because you like me, you'll have been around, 20 years ago when, after Macpherson in 1999, and as Kwame was saying, this idea of institutional racism became commonly accepted across the business world, across society. Colin, you've been involved in doing lots of work pushing diversity within businesses during that time. And we're coming at the end of a year, and particularly a Black History Month, where a lot of organizations are now sort of starting to realize that they have issues that they need to deal with. But Does it not feel a little bit frustrating, Colleen, to be having a lot of the same conversations that we were having 20 years ago, and it seems that people really haven't learned an awful lot in that time?
No, absolutely. You know, when you think back to the 70s and the 80s, and a lot of the discussions that we were having and looking for change within corporate organizations, a lot of corporate organizations have had for the last 30 years diversity and inclusion leads, but yet we still have organizations who are struggling to find the right type of employees to fill their posts with regards to diversity. And when I hear that kind of comment, I find that really frustrating. I think that the big change that the UK has to be very careful of and be very aware of is the fact that when my generation managed to negotiate what was then a very difficult way to succeed within UK PLC, we came here and to a certain extent, we had what our parents had given us, and which was, you know, you have to do better than us. But we still hang on to our Caribbean or African roots. What UK PLC has to recognize today is that the young people who are here were born in the UK. And this is their experience, and this is what they know, and this is what they will be challenging and fighting for. They will fight for their equality in a way that I think that the UK needs to be prepared for, because this is a different generation.
But Colleen, our generation, many of our generation were born in the UK. I remember my first job in journalism was at the Voice newspaper, and that was set out specifically even as far back as the 1980s to speak to sort of a Black British population who knew only Britain as their home. Why are we needing, 30 years on, why are we needing to have these discussions?
The reality is that difference is a defining feature. It doesn't matter what you do or what you say. You can move me up the social ladder. I can be socially mobile, all of those things. But at the end of the day, when you look at me, I'm a Black person. And that is my defining feature, of which I'm extremely proud. And that, I think, is the thing that we can't change that.
Okay. Nia, can I ask you, given that we're having the same conversation 20 years on, where do you think things went wrong?
I mean, I think that there's a lot of room to go, and there's a lot of things to be done, but I do think that there has been some improvements over the last 20 years, and it has been 20 years since I was in college in the US and had my formative experiences that have led me to identifying as Black and identifying with the cause. I would say that the biggest challenge, and I think Des has pointed to this a little bit, is that racism acts on multiple levels, right? So there's the institutional component of racism where the laws and the policies are made that disadvantage certain groups and Black people compared to other groups. There's also the culture and just perceptions and representations of Black people in media and popular culture, in the arts, in history, the way history is documented, that affects the way our children, we see ourselves, but also the way the world continues to see us. Then there's also the interpersonal, right? It used to be more that it was explicit, overt, racial, interpersonal acts, but it's increasingly more, as Des has mentioned, overt and implicit bias and those interactions that leave you uncomfortable, drained, annoyed, uncertain. But it feels like a very subjective experience that's hard to explain to somebody who hasn't had a similar experience. And doesn't feel as objective as overt acts. So I think the reason it's so hard is because racism is pervasive and acts on different levels, and we really do need to make sure that we confront racism at all fronts And it's very important to make sure that we focus as well on some of the hidden components of racism as part of what we do to dismantle it.
Okay, and Colin says, you know, that we part of the reason is that, you know, we are still black, and as we go into the future, we will continue to be black.
Yeah.
Does that? How do you feel that will guide, you know, whether
so,
things improve or not?
I would say that being black, and has been said here and in the morning session, being black is a social construct, right? It's a label, and it's based on an arbitrary characteristic, which is what is visible, right? Which I think it's okay to recognize that we will look different, but at the core of racism is that that difference means that you are lesser. So to me, the way that we would dismantle racism is not to say you don't see the difference. There will always be an apparent visible difference, but that difference or otherness does not mean lesserness. And I think that is where the solution lies.
And Kwame, if I could go to you, how do you think, on that point, how do you think we can turn it so that the clear, visible difference that we have is no longer seen as a lesser thing?
You know, it's a brilliant question, and I support everything that my colleagues previous to me have said. It's not a question for us, you know. We can't answer that. It's like asking the afflicted, you know, how do you stop being afflicted? It's not. Racism and white supremacy is not of our making, nor is it in our power. If it is a virus, it is a virus that does not sit with us, but we suffer from it. I don't know how to answer that question. I'm not being facetious, but it's not in our power. It's in the power of our white colleagues to look deep into the construct that is whiteness, understand why it needs to hold on to notions of superiority and systems of superiority that perpetuate that superiority in order to feel whole. And when those questions are answered and they start to deconstruct that framework, I think then maybe some answers might emerge. But I don't have the answer for that. It's not me.
How do we get to these people, you know, the white power structures, to try and get them to change?
Well, I think we're doing it. We're talking about our pain in a very profound and in a very vociferous way. We're challenging the system by negotiating it and against all odds coming out on top. We're trying to raise our children with a level of resilience so that they're able to negotiate the travails of living in Babylon. I think, you know, and we're trying, I think, to look after our mental health by having discussions amongst ourselves so that we can say, oh, I'm not mad, I'm not doing this alone, I'm not going through this alone. So I think we're doing all of those things, I think, to help. But ultimately, I go back to it simply is not my illness.
Des, what do you think about Kwame's answer? Do you think there's anything that we can do to try and change things?
I think Kwame is absolutely spot on. It's very difficult when you are the inflicted. I mean, there are things that we can work on and try and improve, which can definitely go some way in improving the situation. But the problem's huge. It's huge, you know, and I do believe that we're looking at. I don't think it's going to be resolved in our lifetime. We are looking at generations, but that doesn't mean we stop pushing, because everything that we do now is leading towards that day that will come. But we have to have the mindset that this is a generational thing, maybe 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 generations away to achieve this, you know, ultimate equality. However, for me, having spent so much time in the education system as a student and also as a practitioner, as a assistant head teacher for over 12 years, for me, there's a lot that can be done in schools at a basic level. Just what we teach about Black history, it's so much centered around slavery, which is very important, but that doesn't define us as a people. And being someone who kind of grew up in an area where it was predominantly white, and that being the only kind of history that's taught, it's so demeaning, and it shapes how you see yourself, and it also shapes how others see Black people as well. So teaching Black history in schools, making it more integral to the school curriculum. So it's not just about this 1 month where we celebrate Black History Month, but Black history is just history. It's just part of history, and we celebrate all of the positive contributions that we've made as well. It starts at home as well. As parents, we are all teachers. We're all teachers, and we're all teachers of history. And it starts at home. We have to remember that we are lifelong learners, and we have to keep educating ourselves as well. I think we've made huge strides in particular areas such as sports, entertainment, music. However, I think we need to now have a shift, and that's very important, because those particular industries have allowed us as Black people to puff our chests out and really feel proud of our achievements. But I think now we can start to really excel in other areas, such as in business, in entrepreneurship. We need more Black people in positions of power on boards, governing boards, CEOs of FTSE 100 companies. I'm a champion for entrepreneurship. We're not at the point yet where we have too many Black people in entrepreneurship, and I think if we can really come together to promote that, and as Black parents as well, promoting entrepreneurship alongside the traditional become a doctor, become a lawyer. We need Black people in positions of power. If we can start there, that's the start of the movement.
Des, I'm very happy that you mentioned that Black history is important. As you may have seen in the wall behind me is the series of Black history wall charts, which I produced for The Guardian, and which we first brought out in July. And during Black History Month, they've been available at half price. So there's a set of 6. I'd recommend everyone goes onto the Guardian bookshop and buys them. But on your earlier point about, you say that this might take generations, and not maybe even in your lifetime. I think you're probably younger than me, but that's quite a depressing thing for young people, the people who are out on the streets and active today, to be saying change is going to take so many decades, centuries, whatever it is. I mean, we need to give those people a message. Des, I'll come back to you, and then Kwame after you.
Oh, sorry.
Des, what do you say to young people who may not be as patient for wanting to wait decades?
Of course, and I'm sorry to be the bearer of that news. I'm just I'm just a realist, and I think it is going to take time. But the encouraging thing is that everything that's happening is not in vain. The protesting, everything that's been set up and geared towards change is not in vain. It's just that we do have to be patient. It's not going to be overnight, because the damage is so much. What needs to be repaired is huge. But if we kind of look forward to that day and have the mindset that we're creating a better tomorrow for those generations, I think that's what will kind of motivate us as we're going forward. But there will be changes, and there'll be waves that will see us being able to enjoy the achievements of what we're doing. It's just, I'm talking about the ultimate equality. For example, if we can get to a point where people don't have to be hiding their African sounding surnames on CVs and on applications. I mean, if we can get to that point, that's a huge win. We can celebrate the small wins or the huge wins along the way, but this ultimate equality, I'm afraid, is generations away.
Kwame, you wanted to come?
Yeah, I think Brother Des and I share the same scars of our youth, and of the world, and I agree with my brother there. If I may, however, just say, I'm a profound, hardwired optimist, and I believe in the power of the quantum leap. The thing that you look at today and you can't see. As a theatre director, normally you do a run just before, like a week before you get an audience in, and that run is really, really terrible. But that within those 5 days, if you have bred this thing correctly, it will make of its own volition quantum leaps that if you are linear, you cannot see. Now, if we're talking about equality, let's look at it in economic terms. for every pound that a white British person has, the African Caribbean has 20 pence, the African has 10 pence. In the United States, for every dollar that the white family have, I believe the statistic is the black family have 1 cent. So what we have to look at is what intervention can be made to make the quantum leap from 10 or 20% of white economic wealth to 80 or 90. And I've seen it in the Asian community in my own lifetime. I've seen the Asian community move, or the South Asian community move from people who were stereotyped as corner shop owners and driving Datsun Cherries 22 a car to now being the last 2 chancellors of the exchequer. And so quantum leaps can be made. We just have to deal with anti-black racism that actually gets in the way of those quantum leaps. And we have to empower the next generation to be disruptors in the way Uber was a disruptor, in the way the internet is a disruptor. It's all possible in our lifetime. We just have to believe in the power and fuel up the quantum leap.
Colin, what do you think about that notion of the quantum leap? And are you with Kwame or with Des? Do you think that you'll see equality in your lifetime?
I would love to say that I would see equality in my lifetime, but I'm afraid that whilst I think that the quantum leap is possible, I don't see it happening in the UK. You know, the charity that I work for, we very much believe in changing the lives and transforming the lives of our young people so that they become the role models and the leaders for the future. And I think that what we're seeing is that in our own small way, we are making a quantum leap in the sense that the young men who are coming and young women from next year who will be coming forward and who have come forward have been doing amazing things. But a lot of support has had to go behind them to make it happen. So what can I say? Yes, so with regards to a quantum leap, no. I think that it will take more generations. I think Black Lives Matter has made a massive impact. And I think that you know, as a community, we should be using every opportunity that we're given to use that for leverage. I think that out there, we have now been able to identify a number of allies who believe in what we're trying to achieve. And I think that organizations now have had to confront themselves with how they're operating. It's whether the systems and the processes in place will make the change. It's whether the relationships that people have together will change. And I have hope, not so sure about the quantum leap.
Okay. Colin, I must ask you while we're on the subject, you know, you do some fantastic work in getting young Black kids into some really good jobs in some great businesses and organizations in this country. Do you think they're able to change? Are they at a position yet where they can change the culture within these organizations to really start to eradicate and break down their own institutional racism? Or are they finding that they go into these organizations and there's a level of frustration they feel and they're still kind of very junior and they can't really change much, and the organization sort of carries on operating for the most part just as it always has?
I think that they are, for those that are in organizations, they are in junior positions, and some of them are, you know, moving forward. But I think that as a part of being part of the Amos Bursary, the organizations though recognize that they have young people who can speak up with confidence, who will speak up with confidence, and who will offer them that challenge that they require. So, and will not just accept the status quo. I think there's that. And then we have another group of students who are actually who've moved on and who are very entrepreneurial and who are taking their positions on boards, who are setting up their own organizations, who are have their own startups, who've managed to secure 6-figure sums in terms of funding. So I think across the organization, from the young men who have moved forward, they are spanning all of the different areas that we're looking for. So we have the entrepreneurs, but we have those who are in the corporate world as well.
Okay. And Neo, can I come to you just to ask how about your own sense of timing or urgency or frustration or patience or impatience? And
or all of the above.
how soon do you want change? How soon do you expect change?
Right. So I mean, change should have happened generations ago. It's beyond urgent, and it's literally killing people's lives. It's a matter of life and death. I guess I'm more of the more long view, in that I think that the damage that's been done has taken years and generations, and it's due to people who still hold positions of power, so that the correcting the damage and dismantling racism will take years and will take generations. So I'm of the view that it will take time. That said, I do think that a lot can be achieved in our lifetime. And I do agree with what Colleen has mentioned, which is that the year 2020, and I think the platform of Black Lives Matter, as well as coronavirus, paradoxically, has done a lot to expose in plain sight some of the injustices that Black people have experienced and continue to experience. So from my perspective as a medical professional and a researcher, coronavirus has exposed and laid bare the unequal burden of death that Black people experience in the UK, in the US, and many parts of the world. So a Black person in the UK is 3 times more likely to get infected from coronavirus. And once infected, Black people are more likely to die from coronavirus than white people and some ethnic minority groups. And the reasons for that are really that health is not something that's made in the clinic consultation room or in the health sector for that matter. But there are socially rooted reasons that heavily influence whether somebody lives or dies, or the opportunity for health. And that includes education, that includes income, class, and it includes race. So I think that coronavirus didn't create these inequalities in health. They've been there for a long time, but it helped to expose them, and it exposed them in a time that the world is in turmoil, and there's a lot of political, economic angst, and there's less. It's at a time that people are really not able to compensate or contain the injustices that they experience on a day-to-day basis. And so in many ways, the way, as frustrating and painful as 2020 has been, I think it is a moment of opportunity that has helped re-energize this discussion around social equity, around racism, in a way that I haven't seen in my lifetime. And I hope that we can really take advantage of and move forward. And maybe the last thing to say is that in the health and public health space, I would say that we're definitely seeing a difference this year. And there's a lot more action and effort that's been put towards this. Racism for the first time is really being considered not just as a research niche, or health disparities as a research niche, but it's being considered as a public health problem. And it's been discussed that way. We're also seeing, I'm at Oxford, the Rhodes statue did fall, despite prior attempts to make that happen before. And despite what that symbolism means for some people who are older generation, we've seen an announcement of a Black Teachers Scholarship in the last 2 months. So
Neo, if I could just sort of come back on that, you mentioned you've mentioned COVID and its implications. We had just on almost a separate note, but we had a government report this week that seemed to say that COVID and the racial disparities have got nothing to do with either race or racism. What did you think about that?
I don't think I saw the exact report, but that is surprising, and I think it's inconsistent with a lot of evidence that has come out from the UK as well as from other parts of the world. So the most extensive analysis that I've seen on coronavirus and social inequities it was released in the summer, so June, by Public Health England, which was an analysis of looking at who got infected and who died from COVID. And what that report showed was that Black people were 3 times more likely to get infected. And Black and people of ethnic minority groups, once infected, were up to 50% more likely to die compared to white people. And these analyses had taken into account things that you might think would explain some of the difference, like income, like education or deprivation, and gender.
So it seems quite out of kilter for a government report to then say that race and racism haven't got much connection with it. But maybe if I could,
I would have to look at it and look at exactly what they're speaking to. But the overwhelming evidence thus far is that the unequal distribution of death from coronavirus is not based on biology or genes, right? It's based on socially rooted reasons. And one of those socially rooted reasons is race.
And if I could come to Kwame, which that point almost leads on to the fact that we are, as Black people, having this discussion. There are white allies who are having discussions like this, but at the end of, we have a government which is often not on our side. We have a government whose minister this week, a Black female government equalities minister, says that it's not right to teach about white privilege in schools. She thinks that Black history is a divisive thing. And she talked, and the government education department talks about victim narratives when we start talking about Black history. So, Kwame, given the overriding sort of political situation that we have at the moment, how do you think we can get sort of change, political change on the national agenda?
I think a couple of things. I think number one, racism is a Jedi mind trick, right?
Yeah,
it's for real. And it affects our lives, and we all know it, and it kills many of us prematurely, sends many of us into mental institutions, and it's a killer, but it is a Jedi mind trick. And the Jedi mind trick is that it roots us to the ground and not to the spirit, and the spirit is the fuel of quantum leaps, to get back to quantum leaps. I fundamentally believe that not that it will happen, but that it can happen. And often what racism does, or the notion of white supremacy, because racism is a really odd word, but the notions of white supremacy allows us to spend a lot of our time analyzing this thing that is being done to us and limiting our bandwidth to think about how, like COVID, we are going to have to live with this and not let it define us. So race for me does not define me. It is a part of my experience. And so whether a government minister says, Black Lives Matter or doesn't matter is of no consequence to me. India had the Raj. Africa had people who were in collusion with Europeans. This is not a new narrative. And so I won't even waste my time talking about that, because we know what that is. What's far more important is that we try to make sure that our community understands that we should not allow we have to find a way of not allowing subconscious inferiority, which manifests itself as supremacy, making us have to spend all of our time analyzing their psychosis. Put the energy, or attempt the energy, in trying to find ways in which we can fly. That is not to say that it is not a killer. It is. But only part of us should be about how we negotiate this evil called racism. But some of our soul have to be about how we can teach ourselves to fly.
Okay, thanks very much, Kwame. Des, Kwame, again talking about quantum leaps, and maybe this year is a year of the whole George Floyd Black Lives Matter 2020 is another quantum leap for us all. It's very easy for people to be standing in fields chanting Black Lives Matter, and it's another thing entirely to actually turn that into meaningful change. Des, how do you think we can make that sort of conversion?
So it's important that this is not just wasted energy, and that we come together to take real action. And it's Einstein said it best, that nothing happens unless something moves. So we have to really think about, okay, what next? We've had the riots, but what can we do next? We have to come together as a people. I believe that we should be looking towards having a dedicated organization set up with the sole purpose of carrying this forward. There are practical things that we can do as a community, such as having more mentorship programs where people who are in positions that can inspire people can bring through the next generation. You know, programs like this are what's needed. There are lack of role models in society. So how can we connect people to people in these positions? But it's action. It's what action we take now.
Okay. And maybe I realise that we're getting towards the end of the session. Unfortunately, we're running out of time, and I know people do have to be leaving. But can I ask each of you in turn to come up with one idea that you think you'd like to see people put into practice in the next 12 months that would make a meaningful change to the racial structure that we have in this country? And I'll start with you, Colleen.
Why did you do that to me? When Black Lives Matter started in June, a lot the questions that were kind of being bandied around was, what can we do? What can we do as allies? And Matthew Ryder, and I'm going to give my response from the perspective of my organisation, and Matthew Ryder came back and said to everyone, if you want to make a difference and you want to be a change, support those organisations that are on the ground and who are working to ensure that we are dealing with the problems and challenges that the community is facing. And as a result of that, the attention and interest that my organisation has received has meant that we have been able to grow massively as a result of the support. So what I would say is that we have a number of organisations who are working to bring about change for our young people, for our community, right across the piece. And those organisations require support. And if we're able to do that, we will be able to see some change.
Okay, thanks very much. Nia, can I come to you next?
Sure. I think in terms of
Oh, sorry, I think Kwame's had to leave. Sorry. If I can come to you.
Sure. I think in terms of, as I've mentioned, I think dismantling racism is going to require acting on multiple levels and for many years. But in terms of what I see each and every one of us being able to do that will make a difference and can be done in the next 12 months, it's quite simply talking about it. And what by that, I mean two things. I've realized as the last couple of months, as I've had more and more conversations with friends, with colleagues about Black Lives Matter and health disparities, I've realized that there is a tendency for people to disconnect with either identifying as Black, even if somebody who I might look at and see as Black, and perhaps the world sees them as Black. But there's a way that, and also there's a way of people who are not Black who would disconnect, but could potentially be allies. And that disconnection comes in part from maybe a sense that being Black is a singular identity rather than something that is a political tool and something that is describes a collective identity, but also describes many identities within being Black. So I'm Black. I am also African. I am also woman. I can also define identities in terms of religion, nationality. You have it. And I think it's important when we talk about Black Lives Matter, social injustice that's race-based. I think it's important to really make sure that we communicate in a way that doesn't use jargon or doesn't box Blackness into one thing. And I think having had those conversations, I've found that it's really helped people identify, even if they don't identify as Black, identify with the message and the cause and the intention behind it. And it's an important way of building and galvanizing around all the efforts that I needed. I think this the second way of talking about it that I have found therapeutic, but I also think meaningful, is talking as a parent. I think Des mentioned we're all teachers, including in our homes. So as a parent to a 4-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl, I've had to think about and navigate how I introduce, not just in this year, but as they grow up, how I introduce and navigate Blackness and what that means to them, and how I embrace that as a collective experience, as I've mentioned, and a political label, but also my identity as a Motswana and heritage, different identities within that. And I've been able, and I think talking about it to children, being deliberate about the books that you choose for your children, upholding hairstyles that my daughter likes to wear, things like that. They might seem like daily, mundane or small things, but I think they make a huge difference in terms of how our children see themselves in the space that they occupy within the world.
Okay, thanks very much. And you, Des, do you have one final thought?
Yes, I mean, following the Black Lives Matter movement, there was this outpouring of love towards one another in terms of building each other up and respect and supporting one another. And I wouldn't want that to die, because it was so nice to see just on social media, people, really encouraging each other. And I think that's something that we haven't been great at as a group of people. And I think if we can just carry that through to be a permanent thing and not just a seasonal thing or something that 2020 was about, that we just continue to support one another to build each other up. But in particular, coming from an angle of business and entrepreneurism, I really would like to see a shift towards entrepreneurism and really supporting young people as they come through to become entrepreneurs and to become business owners. And the reason why this is important is because through entrepreneurship, we have creativity, we have invention, we have job creation. We're able to build our own table rather than trying to fight for a seat at other tables. And that starts at home. I think there's a big shift that needs to happen with conversations that parents are having with their children. We have to move away from this, just be a doctor, just be a lawyer, and really start to encourage and push young people towards entrepreneurism. It also starts with, people who are in a position to fund budding entrepreneurs, that we're able to do this. I've seen other communities do this very, very well, and they're able to take those quantum leaps because they support each other financially in these areas. And that would for me be a good start to creating a platform that we can hopefully have this quantum leap.
Right. Okay, thanks very much, everyone. All I would add to that, there's some really good ideas there. Support the organizations working on the ground, Colleen says. Neo says, talk about it and form support groups. And Des says, become entrepreneurs. I guess in a way, take back control, take control for ourselves. The one thing I'd probably add to that is to say, all of us, wherever we are, wherever we're working, whichever organization we're working in, if we do form a support group within among other Black staff in our organization, and then demand a meeting with the person who's running the organization. So for me at The Guardian 20 years ago, I got together a group of Black and minority staff, and we went to meet the editor and sort of demanded that changes happen. And I think in a way that sort of sense of solidarity is something that we can really tap into, because this is a period, this is a year when every head of every organization appreciates that they have failed on race equality. And now I think we need to be taking this opportunity to go for supporting ourselves, and then banging on the door of the person at the top and just letting them know what the issues are and what issues they need to be addressing in their organization, and why they need to be doing it immediately with a sense of urgency. So that's the kind of parting thought. I'm not sure exactly how we end now because I need to hand back to whoever's organising this. But maybe that's Keith. But thanks very much for your contributions, everyone. It's been a really great discussion. And, please, everyone who's watching this, please do go ahead and make your own change in your own way, because we don't want to be having the same conversation in 20 years' time that we're having now. We really want to see things change. We all want to see things changing in our lifetime. So let's go and make that happen. Thanks very much, everyone.
Hi, Joe. We've got about 20 minutes to take questions from the public. That should be popping up on the screen that you can see.
Do you want to lead that part? Because I was told, sorry, I was told 2:30 and I have to be going.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Can someone take those?
Okay, I can take these questions now.
Okay.
If you need to leave, thanks for your help, Joseph.
Okay. Well, I'll hand over, and thanks very much for everyone for taking part. Thank you.
Okay. All the best. Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. So we have a question from the ID project. What's the biggest single challenge you would implement to make real progress for Black Britons if you had the power that white privilege possess? This could help to provide a collective target or focus. Colleen, what do you think?
Oh, for me, it's all about mindset. I think how people think about race, how people think about identity, how they think about culture, fundamentally has to change. And I think that's the privilege that white people possess and are able to control. So for many of I know that one of the big issues with regards to our young women, it's about how they are identified, how they are viewed in magazines, how they are viewed on television, how they are portrayed on the screen, and the power to not only control that, but to control the actors and actresses who actually have to work, I would say, within the confines of the powers, the producers and directors who predominantly are white, how they have to maneuver around that when they're actually trying to portray characters for themselves. So I think for me, that's the big issue. It's about how do we get those relationships to change? How do we get people to respect our views? How do we get people to give each other the courtesy that they require? For me, that's a big thing, because if you change relationships, if you change mindsets, if you change behaviors, then that's the main thing. Because at the end of the day, we are all human, and it's the human being that is responsible for the actions that they take.
Thank you, Colleen. Tez, what do you think in answer to the question that we've had?
Yeah, I really like this question. And for me, if I did have this power, for me, it would just be to change how we are perceived. For me, this has been one of the biggest struggles, just how we're perceived. If I was able to change how we're perceived, it would really help with something that I think a lot of Black people find frustrating, and that's that glass ceiling that a lot of people experience, particularly in the workplace. And I've been there myself. And often, a lot of the frustrations that we have is simply because of something that's just not true. It's just a perception. And I think that alone, just that one single thing of how we're perceived, if we were perceived or represented in a fair way, that would have a huge impact for Black people in terms of taking positive strides forward, and being able to break through the glass ceiling that exists for many Black people. So how we're perceived would be the thing that I would change.
That's great, thanks. And Neo?
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to echo what's been said by Des and Colleen. So how we're perceived, or how the mindset of people who look at us and interpret us a certain way, is the big obstacle, right? It's the culture that we are within that sees us and perceives us as different and lesser. But I think that if I were to pinpoint one change that would arrive at that change in perception and mindset, it would probably be having a critical mass of Black people in positions of power. And those individuals in their positions of power, be it in organizations, in politics, in lawmaking bodies, they would have an influence on revising or introducing new policies and laws that will help increase the number of people in positions of power who look like me, of number of teachers that look like my kids would have. So I think that the goal is to change perception. The way to do it has a lot to do with changing the structures and the institutions that put people who see us a certain way in power and not enough Black people in power.
That's great. Thanks so much. We've had another question, here, which says, what can be done to improve the self-esteem of young Black people in the UK, particularly girls? Can I start with Des this time?
Yes. For me, I think self-esteem, a lot of it is made and crushed during the formative years at school. And there are many different answers to this question. But for me, just changing the school curriculum, and in particular history and Black history and how it's taught, a lot being an ex-school teacher and having gone through the educational system as well. Yet in its current form, it's not designed for us to have a great self-esteem at all. Just by studying history and only being taught that we were slaves, it does so much damage that it's almost irreparable. It takes so much to repair. So if it was one thing for me, it would be changing the school curriculum to be able to celebrate Black achievement, for us to be taught that we are great and to be celebrated. That would be one thing that we could do to improve, but there are many, and I'll let the other panelists chime in.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Neo?
It's a tough question, and it's one that I've really wrestled with, again, as sort of being new to living in the UK and having small children, including a young girl. And I do think that school, which is where she spends half of her life, is an important space that needs to reinforce positive messaging for her. And it's through diversifying the curriculum, as Des has mentioned. It's also through who is doing the teaching. So I do think that diversifying the workforce in school and around where our children are is important because representation makes a big difference. And so I think that it's having a diverse, seeing the diversity, not just in the curriculum, but also seeing it in the teachers and the people around them, that is important to do. And I think that, maybe let me just leave it as that.
I'd just like to add to that, self-esteem, comes from within. And for a lot of our young girls, how they look does not fit within what the world considers to be attractive. And so for a lot of our young people, we have to show them that that is not true. And I believe that a lot of work needs to be done to level the playing field. I think it's great at the moment that we're seeing a lot of our young girls now are actually using their natural hair. It all started in the States. I think the States was one of the first places where I would visit over 10 years ago and begin to see the change. And all of that now is coming into the UK. I think seeing our young girls and the confidence that they need to kind of demonstrate for themselves within the work environment is very challenging, because they not only have to deal with the physical, but they have to deal with the emotional, they have to deal with the relationships, they have to deal with family circumstances. So I think that to improve the self-esteem for our young girls particularly, it's around really helping them to be self-aware of who they are and make them aware of the many values that they have, valuable things that they have. And I think that's one of the things that we do in the bursary. We actually bring young people together, and they really begin to see their strengths. They begin to see their value as a group. They begin to see themselves as individuals and what they can bring to the piece. And one of the things that we say all the time to them is, same as any, better than many, inferior to none. And I think that if we use it, when they use that and begin to use that in every aspect of their life, it does make a difference for them. So I think our young girls have they do have a big challenge, but we've got to start building them from within, and getting them to love who they are from within.
That's fantastic. Thanks so much, Colleen. A question that came in our morning panel, but it was a really good question. I'd like to put that to all three of you. Is what one significant thing would you have done differently if you could live your earlier life again? And I'm going to start with Neo, because you said so.
That's a tough one. I have to think about that. I mean, I think it's probably connected to what we've just been talking about, about self-esteem, particularly affecting young girls, young Black girls. I certainly had my challenges with that, just as a typical teenager growing up. But I was confronted with those issues during my formative years, in my late teens and early 20s in the US, away from home, away from what was familiar to me, and grappling with identity. And I think that what I probably would have done differently 20 years ago then was not care so much about what the world thought or what I received in individual interactions with people, because those things you tend to internalize, right? You tend to take in and internalize and have them define you. So I wish I had not done so, or not cared so much about that in a way that would have made for a better experience, made for better formative experiences at that time. And I think would have made for...
Tell Keith that he's going to be introducing Ari, who's our poet, but her first name is Princess, which I forgot to put in his notes, and she says I need to make sure that that's Princess.
So yes, just to finish up, I think that it probably would have been not to take things and internalize them, particularly examples of negative interactions with other people in my early years in the US.
That's great. Would anyone else like to answer that question about what would you have done differently in your early years?
Yeah, for me, in my early years, I had so many limiting beliefs that were just based on nonsense. An inferiority complex, and suffered with imposter syndrome. And for me, I would have, if I could have done things differently, if I could go back and do it again, I would find a role model and ask for mentorship. I think there's so much power in mentorship. It's such an underused thing that we can quite easily access. And I think being able to see more people doing what I would have liked to have done would have been really powerful for me, and I didn't see that. So if I took that action and sought after somebody who would have been a very good role model for me, I would have asked for mentorship and said, can you please mentor me? And I think that would have helped me to deal with my limiting self-beliefs. And I think that's linked to the previous question as well with black girls. It's often limiting self-beliefs that are just based on absolute nonsense, you know, based on what is defined as beautiful, for example. And then they're having to deal with everything that's in the media and magazines and so forth. And being able to see more people doing what you want to do is so empowering.
That's fantastic. There's actually one more question that's come through, which I'm going to ask Colleen first of all. So the peer group is so important, us, Beverly. How would you help children isolated in largely white schools or white communities?
Oh my days. My experience was exactly that. So my sister and I were the only black girls in both our primary and our secondary schools. And it's an extremely difficult situation to be in. How would you help children isolated? I think the parents have to play a massive part in this. I know that for us as a family, my parents made sure that we had regular weekend contacts with our relatives and friends who lived in London. They made sure that they were present in the school for us, and they were our advocates when issues arose in school. You know, in terms of ourselves and socializing, because I was one of those young people who, when I went to university, my experience with Black people were all around my family, and that was it. So, you know, I really recognize it's a problem, but it's a real, if parents are going to make that move and take their children to those areas, then they've got to be responsible for making sure that they can join clubs. I joined an athletics club, which meant that it took me an hour to get there every 3 days when I had to go for training, but I would go there and it made such a difference for me because I was able to engage with other young Black people. And I think that the other thing is that when you are in those schools, you've got to find something that gives you pleasure and that you are able to excel in. Because all of that really affects your self-esteem again. Yeah, because you're battling with everything that you have around you. You're battling by, you know, looking different, sounding different. And so in that kind of environment, you really, it's even more important that you hold on to the, you know, your cultural roots. But what it did teach me, and I have to say that it, for me, I now look back at it as a benefit, is that I understood, without realizing at the time, I understood how to navigate the world. Yeah, I understood what racism felt like. I had to work out for myself how to deal with that. So there were two things. It's the one thing about the family, the friendship groups, the activities that you try to involve the young people in, even if it's in the summer holidays, to get them engaged in organizations that are outside of that area. And my children spent a lot of time and their weekends in London, so that they were able, from that perspective, to get a real understanding of what the world was like outside of the white communities.
Fantastic. Thank you, Colleen. Would any of the other speakers like to jump in and say anything before we close this session in answer to that question?
I'd just like to add on and echo what Colleen has said, because it's exactly what I'm confronting now. I have two small children in Oxford. My daughter is in a public school, a state school, but she is in her class the only Black kid, and there's only a handful in the entire school. And so some of the things that you've mentioned, Colleen, are really things that I've come to the realization are important to do, and to be hands-on and fully much more involved as a parent to make that experience for my children, so that they see representations of themselves, they socialize and know people who look like them, and they can help nurture their self-esteem in that way. So I think church and the church community in one part of Oxford has been really important. I think I've also been deliberate about the friendships, right? So the friendships that one cultivates, and making sure that we have family friends or friends from her school, even if they're from different years, not the same class as her, but actually having friends that look like her and are in the same community as her outside school. I think liaising with the few teachers that are Black or brown at the school has also been really helpful to me, as cultivating a relationship with a teacher that's not your child's, but a teacher who is Black, and maybe somebody who your child could go to if they are confronted with a bad experience during the day at school. So I really do think, I echo what Colleen has said, which is that it's important for parents to really be more involved in helping to have the children have a positive experience at school to build their self-esteem, particularly girls.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Des, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, no, I mean, I can't echo I can only echo what Colleen and Neil said. I mean, there's a very similar upbringing to Colleen, and everything she said is absolutely spot on. I had to find, I had to find groups in other places, sports, church community, family functions, and that was very important. The only thing to add that's already been said very well is that for me, if I had a child in that scenario, I would acknowledge the fact that mindset the mind is so powerful. If we only knew how powerful the mind was, we'd be afraid to think negatively. And I think that if you could get the child to see this as a positive, the conscious mind doesn't know whether you're lying or telling the truth. But if you really drum into that child that what an absolute fantastic opportunity that you're in right now, because they're going to be able to get through the situation better equipped to deal with the real world, where they may be in a similar situation in the workplace. So I'd get them to really see it as an absolute blessing that they're in this situation, so that they don't go through it thinking I'm going through this negative experience, but actually this is really positive. I'm really lucky to be here, and putting a positive spin on it would be a really good thing to do.
Fantastic. Well, look, on that note, I think it's just left for me to say thank you so much to Colleen, Des, and Neo. Also, thank you to Kwame and Joseph, who had to sadly leave us a little bit earlier before the session was finished. But that's the end of this panel. I'm now going to hand it back over to Professor Keith McGee for the last segment of today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, especially to Colleen, Des, and Neo, and certainly Kwame and Joseph, of course, who had to leave early for that engaging second panel, part 2, on where will we be, what a Black equity in Britain. So really appreciate their thoughtfulness and their engagement. Lots of nuggets to take away for us to consider, from everything to what does it mean to be Black and British, and where do we go from here? How do we get from where we've been to where we need to go? So again, thank you. I also, before we get into this last little bit to close, want to certainly thank Bav, who not only just pitched in as a moderator, but has been our exceptional executive producer and to Omar, who's behind the scenes with events planning, Kim, who is with Chemistry Global, who came in from Los Angeles to be with us, and to the entire committee with Black Britain and Beyond, especially to Richard Etienne and Erica Fremantle, and certainly Brian Bonaporte, who took on the courage to join me as co-chair late in due to the much needed help and heard my cry. And so I'm absolutely grateful to him for his joining us, and to everyone who's been an exceptional part of this. Now we're going to hear from Princess, or I guess ABAPA Bits, who is a Jamaican-born Nigerian poet, film writer, songwriter, filmmaker, and student based in Manchester. Born in 2000, Princess has appeared in the Young Writers anthologies and has received multiple Young Writers awards. In 2017, she won Slambassadors, a national poetry competition, and published her debut poetry collection, Soft Tortures, which deals with heartbreak, loss, existence, and mental illness from an adolescent's point of view. In 2020, she is one of the 6 finalists of BBC Word's first 2020, a talent scheme searching for the best spoken word poet in the UK. Princess, over to you.
Hello. I'm going to be performing 2 poems today. The first one is called I'm Asking for More Now, and the second one is called Contemplation. The melodrama of melanin, when inspected through blind vision, organized chaos, design division, opaque opinions, teachers of weak wisdom who coddle a caste system through colonial revisions. Love is the cure, hate is the symptom. I'm tired of tolerance. I want unity in the United Kingdom. I want freedom from post-traumatic slave syndrome. My fears are filmed like fiction. I live in a state of contradiction, zero sympathy, infinite suspicion. A colonized curriculum. I study submission, how to be mute, how to listen. I've learned the art of alleviating friction. I had to teach my teacher that the Black diaspora is not inherently violent. Had to swallow my silence and enlighten a man blinded by whiteness. Had to honor people who would never offer me guidance, let alone kindness. Double consciousness crisis. When I walk into a room and start to code switch, it's automatic. How I pitch my personhood in a poem. When years ago I wouldn't have been permitted to learn reading or writing, I'm asked to accept being a trope token. To grin and eat the master's crumbs while his belly is swollen, I'm asking for more now. For every shackle to be broken, and for the human family to be one like the ocean. That was I'm Asking for More Now. And my second poem is called Contemplation, so I really hope you like this. For our ancestors and our descendants, call me Sambo with a cigar, the daughter who eats Jim Crow for dinner. The slave who slays the slaver. This is ancestral anger. This is hunger. This is sea-splitting rage. I formed empires with my fingers, while they rubbed it in my face and erased the facts from every page. Black skin is an enigma like dark matter in space. They were so afraid of our greatness that they put us in chains. We the specks that syndicate sand, exiled from earth, but a heaven-made plan, pained but never in the sunken place I saw even with the wings you shaved. God's first opus suffused with stars, soft even when the world is hard. Heaven in a human like Casta Samanya. Body onyx art, all brains and heart like Omaba Aina. Civilization, my child, even when the West calls me wild. A hunter can never grasp the lion's trials, cocks his rifle and the lion snarls. I lived like Sequel but was taught only Nightingale. Black is always at the peripheral, we break but we never bow. Teeth like Timbuktu, gold in my mouth, crescent moon smile. Rachel Dolezal's idol, I sway my hips and the minstrel fails the cloud, the soil and sun's love child. My genealogy is adored in the continent of the abhorred, the continent of the Congo, Niger and Nile. Genius does not seek the crowd. I am more than gold, diamonds, and crystals. I am the blueprint, the issue. Thieves stole us because we are invaluable. Lived as the black sheep, died as the shepherd. Obliterated all the odds, replaced your records, the table, the meal, the salt and pepper. Magnificent like Mansa Musa, we rock like Berry. Elvis could never, black as Kemet, bronze as Benin. Too serious like the Dogun to ever overlook meaning. He shot her, I can still hear the screaming. I miss Martin Luther King and I'm tired of dreaming. In reality, I'm hemorrhaging, still trying to crack the ceiling. And knife is still 6 inches in my back, so how do I start healing? Our ends are filmed and your attention is fleeting. When did asking for love become preaching? New era, sequel to evil. Clip my wings and I'll still fly like an eagle. If you are the hunter, I'll be the panther. How can the problem give me the answer? Cry about Black Ariel, you might get a BAFTA. So inaudible about the government repaying slave owners. Same story, different chapter. Cognitive dissonance is really a cancer. Equality is just a debate idea. Are you your brother's killer or his keeper? Contemplations of Sambo. Eureka. So that was Contemplations. I hope you enjoyed my poems. If anyone's interested in checking out my work, I have a book called Soft Tortures and a YouTube channel with my name, PA Bites. So I hope you guys check that out and I'm really happy to be involved. So, thank you for letting me be involved.
Thank you, PA Bites. Wow. Amazing, powerful, provocative, significant. I just want you all to realize that she has watched and been with us all day, and that this poetry was chronicled and written specifically from what she heard today. So outstanding, amazing. Thank you so much. We are getting closer to the end of our day. At this time, I would like to introduce Brian, who has been with us on first panel. As I shared, he has come alongside as the co-chair for Black Britain and Beyond. He is a senior lecturer in social, educational, and clinical psychology at the University of Westminster. His current research interests are exploring the toxicity of how we define masculinity and how movies help to create therapeutic dialogue. He is also a qualified integrated hypnotherapist and a life coach. Brian, over to you.
Thank you, Keith. I just really want to make some, spread a bit of love really, and make some acknowledgements and some thank yous to our partners that have helped us put this event on today. So without further ado, so that means organizations such as the Afro-Caribbean Society, the Amos Bursary, Arete Network, Black Britain Academics, Black Cultural Archives, Dope Black Dads, Inspiring Tomorrow's Leaders, Chemistry Global, Knowledge Qualifier, Newcastle University, The Voice Media Partners, For Communications, and our sponsors, Coca-Cola, Viacom, Social Justice Institute, and JP Morgan. And definitely not last, and certainly by no means least, I'd like to send a huge, enormous thank you to the engine of this whole event and the inspiration, and that is Professor Reverend Keith McGee. Without him, we would not be here today. Now what I'd like to do is I'd like to introduce someone who is sort of going to plant some seeds for us for what's coming next, because I think everyone that sat through today will realize that there is so much more to be said. There's so much more to be done, so much more we can do, so many more seeds that we can plant to help germinate. And I'm going to introduce someone to you who's going to help hopefully facilitate that. Her name is Erica Freemantle, and she's a public speaker. She's a wealth creation coach. She's a mentor. recently appointed governor for the prestigious UTC school in the United Kingdom. She served as an advisor to the University of London College of Fashion. She's a business ambassador, life coach for the Prince's Trust, sits on the board of Africa's leading makeup organization, Makeup Ghana. Forbes magazine says she's the woman to know for diverse beauty. Her celebrity client list is envious and sensational. A leading expert on diversity in makeup and beauty, Erica believes that diversity should be celebrated and should no longer be treated as a tick box exercise. So, when it comes to diverse and global beauty strategy, Erica is the industry's go-to, an educator, public speaker, and, as I said, a wealth creation coach. She stormed the makeup and beauty industry with her wealth of experience and as one of the UK's leading life coaches. She influenced health, beauty, and well-being arenas to be able to rethink their strategies on inclusion with campaigns, and most notably, the creation of embracing all tones of women. I think I've said enough. I open the floor up to Erica Freemantle.
Oh, Brian, thank you so much. Listening to you there, I said, is that me that he's describing? Haven't I worked hard? I just want to say thank you very, very, very much for that introduction. What a fantastic event we've had today. I was emotionally taken on journeys that I didn't know was possible. I was so engrossed with every conversation. I am so proud to be Black and British. So without further ado, let me just close by saying that I am the proud daughter of Ashman and Sarah Freemantle. My parents are Jamaican. They came to the UK on a promise almost 60 years ago. They came here with the view to stay for 5 years. And as I said, 60 years later, they're still here. However, unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to live their dreams. However, they had 6 children, and I happen to be the only girl. I have 5 brothers. So I'm able to see the world from a male's perspective, very much more so than a woman's point of view. For me, one of the things that I've really, really enjoyed about today is the fact that I've heard so many different points of views, and I didn't realize how much I've actually lived and how many things that I've missed out on. And being part of a setup like this, I've realized there's so much more to do. So as said, I am the proud founder of a platform called ETAL. ETAL stands for Embracing All Tones of Women. People then say to me, but where does that leave men? Well, if you think about the word woman, it includes men. So there wouldn't be any men without women and vice versa. So that's a play on words. So, do you truly believe you are beautiful? Do you tell other people that they are beautiful? Do you tell yourself that you are beautiful? We at ETA, we celebrate people being individually beautiful and what they bring to the table. It could be within your strength. It could be about creativity. We believe everyone is beautiful inside and out. Now, why am I mentioning ETAL? Fortunate for us, we are partnering with Black Britain and Beyond. And on the 18th of January next year, 2021, we will be celebrating on Martin Luther King Day, or MLK Day in the UK. We're bringing something very unique to the table. ETAL, as I said, with Black, British and Beyond in UCL, we will be collaborating and holding the first event of its kind, Black, Beautiful, British and Beyond. And I was asked, why Black, Beautiful, British and Beyond? And I'll tell you why. I was always going to be the daughter of my parents. My father was always going to meet my mother. My mother is Black, my father is Black. So before even becoming a boy or a girl, I was always going to be Black. I was always going to be beautiful. We are always going to be beautiful, whether we believe it or not. I just happen to be born in the UK. That makes me British. And the conversations are going to be held with people beyond the UK. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having speakers from all over the world in the music, in the entertainment, in the beauty, in the fashion industry, and also film as well. And I believe that coming together, we have a lot of things that needs to be said in a safe space together. Obviously, the forum will be open for everybody and anyone, but it will be Black-led. The conversations are going to be dynamic. It's going to be conversations never heard before. There are going to be some celebrities and some people that are not celebrity. It's really not about that. But we felt that it's very important to bring different people from different backgrounds. So we look forward to seeing you then, but make sure that you save the date, the 18th of January, 2021. And what a way to enter the new year. Save the date. We look forward to seeing you, and thank you so, so much for attending. And I'd like to thank everybody for such a fantastic event. So we see you then.
Thank you, Erica. Certainly had an amazing day. The day has been amazing because of all of our speakers, all of our supporters, and because of all of you, because you chose to take time out of your busy schedule to be with us. Most of you have been with us the entire day. And I and the entire committee are grateful that you decided to be with us. We say saving the best for last, and certainly our closing is amazing. But I would say to you, from the beginning until this very moment, everything has been absolutely amazing. And I am grateful to all of you. Emily Sunday will close us out on today. She's a British-born songwriter, and she debuted her Our Version of Events album, which was the biggest selling album in the UK in 2012 and 2013, and is certified platinum 7 times in the UK and Ireland. Emily followed with the critically acclaimed Long Live the Angels in 2016, Kingdom Coming EP in 2017, and Real Life in 2019. With 19 million singles sold, 3 times UK #1 singles, 6 million albums, and 4 Brit Awards, including Best Female twice, Emily received an MBE for service to music in 2018, and in 2019, she became the University of Sutherland's Chancellor. Emily Sunday is an internationally acclaimed artist and highly sought-after writer with strong values. She uses her profile with moral purpose to support important campaigns. Her powerful stance on social justice is evidenced through her songwriting and is driven throughout her forceful career. Would you welcome Emily Sunday with Michael Darwood on guitar?
Are you sick and tired of being lied to? Getting kind of bored of being ignored? Can't find the tribe that you belong to? My friend, you are not alone. Are you tired of begging for some answers? Are you scared you won't make it out alive? Does it make you sick when truth is censored? My friend, you are not alone. No, you are not alone here. Don't fear, you are not alone here. No way, there's plenty more of us here. Yeah, 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 yeah. My friend, you are not alone. Are you tired of working for the minimum? Has your heart adjusted to the dark? What doesn't make you sick? They kill the innocent. My friend, you are not alone. And are you dreaming of a brighter future? Somewhere the children can be free. Will you risk it all to tell the truth? Yeah, my friend, you are not alone. No, you are not alone here. Don't fear, you are not alone here. No way, there's plenty more of us here. Yeah, 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 yeah. My friend, you are not alone. No, you are not alone here. Don't fear, you are not alone here. No way, there's plenty more of us here. Yeah, 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 yeah. My friend, you are not alone. No, you are not alone here. Don't fear, you are not alone here. No way, there's plenty more of us here. Yeah, 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 yeah. My friend, you are not alone. My friend, you are not alone. My friend, you are not alone.